It's time for Dodger Baseball. Live from Dodger Stadium, Sportsnet LA presents the Dodgers as they take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant Saturday afternoon to you, wherever you may be. Dodgers and Pirates, well, the Dodgers are one game behind the Giants, and certainly one reason would be the Pittsburgh Pirates. They beat the Dodgers 14 of 18 over the last 3 years. 5 out of 6 last year, 4 out of 5 so far this year. For the Dodgers, relying on the bullpen has turned in 157 innings so far this year, and, of course, the offense. Dodgers look to the starters, and they haven't seen very much. Brandon McCarthy, who went 3 1/3 innings last time against the Red Sox, Wild having control problems. He's 2-2, 1-2 lifetime against the Pirates. Garrett Cole, 19-game winner last year, a local boy born in Newport Beach, spent 3 years at UCLA. How good? Well, in 2013, his first 2 victories, he beat Tim Lincecum, and then he came right back and beat the Dodgers and Zach Greinke. He is 3-0 lifetime against Los Angeles. Tomorrow, Brett Anderson and Chad Kuhl. So sit back, relax, stay cool, enjoy a wonderful ball game and a whole lot more right after this. Welcome to Dodger Stadium, Game 2 of the 3-game series with the Pirates. Before we actually enjoy the blessing of watching a ball game on a pleasant Saturday afternoon, let's take a moment and salute those who made an incredible gift to us, working either in Afghanistan or Iraq, seriously wounded 9 veterans throughout the first pitch, and it was perhaps the most touching moment of a ball game we've had at Dodger Stadium in quite some time. It's a Studio City-based project called Soldier Care, and it's dedicated to supporting and mentoring young wounded veterans from the wars, and we're honored to have them here. True heroes. We bandy about with that word, this fellow's a hero from this game or not. No, those were the heroes. Let's take a look now at the Pirate lineup as written out by our pal And it goes this way. Adam Frazier at second base. Starling Marte in left field. Andrew McCutchen will be in center. Gregory Polanco in right. Jung Ho Kung. He is from Korea. He'll be at third base. John Jaso at first. Francisco Cervelli, the catcher. Jordy Murphy at short. And Garrett Cole, a local boy, on the mound for the Bucks. On the mound for the Dodgers, Brandon McCarthy. He is in his 219th game. It is also his 165th start. He is 10 games under 500 on his lengthy career, and he is 2-2. And if you've been following the Dodgers at all, you know his last 2 times out, he had been a control pitcher, and for one reason or 10, he's walked 10 in his last 2 games. So let's see if he's gotten that squared away. And here's Frazier to lead it off, and Adam takes a pitch off the plate. Ball 1. Adam Frazier, hitting .311, made his debut a month ago against the Dodgers in Pittsburgh. And the 1-0 pitch on the way. Check swing for a strike, and the count 1-1. 85 degrees right now as the game starts. McCarthy into his windup. And the 1-1 pitch lifted to center. Late start. Tough to pick up on a bright day like this. But Peterson is there and makes the catch. Let's take a look at the Dodgers defensively. And they shape up this way. Gonzalez and Utley on the right side. Seager and Seguin. A bad right hand, a contusion on the right hand of Justin Turner. So he's not in the lineup today. Kendrick, Peterson, and Reddick. And A.J. Ellis handling McCarthy. So 1 down. Starling Marte will come up. Marte had 1 base hit, 1 for 4 last night, and did score a run. 7 home runs, 39 runs batted in. Fouls the first pitch off, and the count 0-1. The Pirates just manhandling the Dodgers. You know, there was a period from 2001 through 2013 that the Dodgers just thumped the Pirates. They beat them 67 times. However, in the last couple of years, the last 3, it's the Pirates doing the thumping. They've beaten the Dodgers 14 out of 18. Now the 1-1 pitch on the way, low and inside. 2-1 the count. So McCarthy working right around the plate. That's good news for the Dodgers. If he's worked out the problems in his delivery. He's had 2 bullpen sessions. 2-1 pitch on the way, off speed inside, and the count goes 3-1. On deck, Andrew McCutchen. McCutchen last night had a single and a home run, made a spectacular catch on a ball hit by Grandal, and the next pitch off speed and inside for ball 4. Taking a look at Brandon McCarthy and the Dodgers and the Pirates and the numbers that come up, the fact that the Pirates, in beating the Dodgers 14 out of 18, they're right behind the Mets, who have pulverized the Reds 14 out of 16. Giants have done it to the Brewers. Pirates, Dodgers, and Nationals have done it against oppositions, but those are the top 2. The Mets over the Reds and the Pirates over the Dodgers, with the Giants against the Brewers. So with 1 out, here's Andrew McCutchen, right hand hitting center fielder. Throw to first. Marte goes back to the bag. Andrew McCutchen. Well, everybody talks about what's wrong with McCutchen, but when he comes to Dodger Stadium, where he always plays well, he immediately went 2 for 4 last night, but he is hitting only .243, and for him, that's quite a struggle. With the runner going, the pitch inside, the throw on a hop too late. Starling Marte steals easily. I mean easily. The Pirates will steal a base. They came in here the 4th highest number of stolen bases, 31% higher than the average. Though with stolen bases beginning to pile up, they now have 86 stolen bases. So Marte steals second. If you remember last night, they started a run with McCutchen, who stole a base. So Marte at second, 1 out, 1 ball and no strike to Andrew McCutchen. McCarthy out of his stretch. Brendan checking, comes to the plate, and it's inside, almost hit McCutchen. 1 ball and no strikes. Pirates are still very much alive, as you see that McCutchen 8 for 16 in the last 5 games he played here. He's always done well, hit about 325 or so at Dodger Stadium. 2-0 pitch is instead McCarthy getting off the rubber. Of course, the greatest player, the most successful here over the years, was a member of the Pittsburgh Pirates who belonged to the Dodgers. One of the greatest monumental mistakes. We're talking about Roberto Clemente. Here's the 2-0 pitch on the way. McCarthy delivers again, almost hit him. 3-0 count. Yeah, the Dodgers had Roberto Clemente, had him playing at Montreal. To use the old expression, the Dodgers tried to hide him. And everybody in the baseball world knew that Clemente was going to be a great player, but the Dodgers somehow thought that they could get away with it. Well, they didn't. Pirates selected Clemente, and as they say, the rest is history. Here's the 3-0 pitch on the way, and McCutchen again takes way inside. So a walk, a stolen base, and another walk, and you have first and second, 1 out, and Gregory Polanco coming up. Polanco, big right fielder, last night went 0 for 4, hitting .275, 16 home runs, 60 runs batted in. So Polanco about ready to get in. 2 on, 1 out, first inning, no score. Pirates trying to get a drop on the Dodgers. Remember last night they scored 3 times in the first inning. Polanco waits, has a look at a breaking ball strike, and the count 0-1. Tuesday night, Polanco hit a 3-run home run. He'd been out for about a week with a sore left shoulder. He's hit a home run in 4 of his last 10 games. In day games, he's hitting .324 this year. Fouls it back, and the count 0-2. His 16 home runs, that's a career high. 60 RBIs, also a career high for Gregory Polanco. No balls, 2 strikes. 2 on, 1 out, first inning, no score. McCarthy, a high set, comes back to the hitter on the outside corner. Strike 3 called. So with all the talk about home runs and RBIs, Polanco looks at strike 3. 2 out, and Jung-Ho Kang. Although it's spelled K-A-N-G and you would expect to say Kang, it is Kang. Kang 0 for 2 in his last start. That would be Wednesday. He hasn't had a multi-hit game since the middle of June at Wrigley Field. He's hitting .230, struggling, and the right-hand hitter takes a strike, and the count 0-1. Kang back up to the plate. Had pretty solid numbers, 260 here, 250, but the last 2 months he's going downhill in a hurry. Strike 1 pitch inside, hits him on the foot. So Jung-Ho Kang is hit by the pitch, and the bases are loaded. So everybody moves up. Marte to third, McCutchen to second.
First baseman number 28, John Jaso.
And now Kang to first. So John Jaso coming up. Bases loaded, 2 out, first inning, no score. Jaso pinch hit last night in the 7th inning and flied to center. That was the only look we've had of him. So John Edward Jaso from Chula Vista lives in McKinleyville, California. That's up near the Oregon border. So the left-hand hitter with a wide open stance takes off the plate, ball 1, 1-0. When they asked Jaso, what would you do if you weren't a ball player? He said, I'd be likely teaching advanced math in high school. 1 ball and no strikes. Jaso playing first. He also catches, and he takes off the play, ball 2. Opening day 2013, Felix Hernandez presented the former Mariners catcher John Jaso with the perfect gift, a shiny Rolex. He was caught for King Felix Perfecto against the Rays. So rewarded with the Rolex. 2-0 pitch on the way, and that's a high strike. 2-1 the count. Interesting thing about Jaso, he has had a lot of pets, and we talk about it. He has, for instance, 6 hedgehogs. He's got an English bulldog. He had a chinchilla. Here's the 2-1 pitch on the way. Bases loaded. That's taken off the plate. Ball 3, 3-1. So McCarthy walked 2, hit a batter in trouble here, although not wild like he was the last time, where he was missing home plate on the whole area by 3 and 4 feet. So Brandon on a 3-1 pitch with the bases loaded, Marte, McCutchen, and Gung, and the next pitch a strike, though he's gone as far as he can go. 3-2 the count. A.J. Ellis trying to help him along as best he can. Third base coach Rick Sofield leaving the batter's box. Yeah, at least he's closer to home plate in some ways. All right, bases loaded, 2 out, 3-2. Runners go, and the pitch is ball 4. Everybody moves up, and the Bucks lead 1-0. However, small consolation for McCarthy, but he is not missing by a great deal. So he had 5 walks in California and Colorado. He had 5 against the Red Sox. So that's 10, and here he is with 3 walks and a hit batter in the first inning today. So Rick Honeycutt out to talk to him. Francisco Cervelli will be coming up, catcher with the Yankees, who has come over to play for the Bucks. He's from Venezuela, signed by the Yankees in 2003, hitting .263, and he was up to play with the Yankees in 2009. He played with them right through the 2014 series, and with that name Francisco Cervelli, you can understand that he played for Team Italy in the World Baseball Classic. His father emigrated from Italy to Venezuela when Francisco was 5 years old. So the right-handed catcher checking in. Bases loaded, 2 out, 1-0 Pittsburgh. McCarthy delivers, gets a strike, and the count 0-1. Cervelli has 2 grand slams. Hit 1 against the Cardinals and 1 against Texas. 6'1", 210, 30 years old. Now the strike 1 pitch, swung on, hit in the air, foul, out of play off to the right, and the count 0-2. So you have McCutchen at third, Gung at second, Jaso at first, and Cervelli at the plate, with the Pirates leading 1-0. Last 3 years, Pittsburgh has beaten the Dodgers 14 out of 18, 5 out of 6 last year, and 4 out of 5 so far this year. All right, McCarthy is ready. 2 out, 0-2, and the pitch to Cervelli, down and away, check swing, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Cervelli coming over to the Pirates last year. 1-2. McCarthy thinking better of it, backs off the rubber, now hooks back in with A.J. Ellis, and Cervelli has to wait. Somewhat in a crouch, bends at the knees. The 1-2 pitch coming up. McCarthy delivers high and away. 2-2 the count. So McCarthy now ready to make his 28th pitch in the first inning. 1-0 Pirates. Again, McCarthy, everywhere you look, standing room only. 2-2 pitch is checked on the inside corner. Strike 3 called. So Cervelli, like Polanco, caught looking. So a lot going on, and 1 run comes over. 1 run on nothing. A couple of walks and a hit batter. And at the end of half an inning, 1-0 Pittsburgh. He walked 3 and hit a batter. He also struck out 2 looking. The interesting thing, he got the looks on off-speed pitches, not the fastball. So for Dave Roberts, we'll now take a look at his lineup as the Dodgers try to come back against the pesky Pirates. Chase Utley at second, Josh Reddick in right, Corey Seager at short, Adrian Gonzalez at first, Jock Peterson in center, Howie Kendrick in left. Then you have Rob Seged in. Remember, Justin Turner has a contusion on the right hand. No explanation how he got it. So Kendrick in left, Seged in at third, A.J. Ellis the catcher, Brandon McCarthy the pitcher. On the mound, the local boy, Garrett Cole. Born in Newport Beach, lives in Tustin, 3 years at UCLA, coming off last year where he was 19-8 and a great ERA of 2.6. He's 6'4", 235, and checking him is Utley, and the first pitch in for a strike, and the count 0-1. Utley hitting .253, 8 home runs, 33 runs batted in. Cole turns on the rubber, and his strike 1 pitch a little low, 1-1 the count. Going from a 19-game winner last year to a 7-game winner. He had an awkward spring, something bothering him in the rib cage, and then the arm flared up, and he was out for a month, June into July. Then Utley takes low, 2 balls and 1 strike. Way back in 2001, there was a photo that ran in the Newark Star Ledger, and it showed an 11-year-old Cole. He was at the World Series holding a sign that read, "Yankee fan, today, tomorrow, forever." Utley a shot inside first, down the line. That should be good for 2. Over to get it is Polanco. Utley looks and decides, yep, I'll stop at second. He did have a split-second thought of going to third and then decided not worth the gamble. So Utley opens up the game with a double to right. Reddick, Seager, and Gonzalez now trying to get him home. So a double to right for Chase Utley, 19 doubles. Dodgers trying to get him home. The Bucks have an early lead, 1-0. Interesting, we were talking about Garrett Cole and the sign about Yankee fan, today, tomorrow, forever. Well, he was a first-round pick by the Yankees, and you know what he did? He turned it down. He walked away from it. Just said he wasn't ready. Went to UCLA. All right, Garrett delivers a bunt up along the first baseline. Cole almost falls down, then he does fall down and can't make a play. So a good bunt single by Josh Reddick, and the Dodgers are in business. First and third, and nobody out. One of the things they say about Garrett Cole is that you can run on him. Well, the Dodgers tried to test him with a bunt. He almost fell down coming off the mound, and then he did fall down, racing over to pick it up. This year, runners against him have stolen 16 bases and been caught once. In fact, over the last 3 years, they've just run on him. 21-5, 25-10, and 16-1. So Cole is in trouble right here. And here's Corey Seager, first and third, nobody out, 1-0 Pittsburgh. We're just starting in the first inning. Cole set, Garrett ready, runners at the corners, and the pitch in for a strike, and the count 0-1. Reddick runs well. It's a question of how the Dodgers want to play it. Nobody out, first and third. Giants play tonight at 6:05 against Baltimore. Here's the strike one pitch on the way, high and tight. 1 ball and 1 strike. Kevin Gausman, 3-9 for Baltimore. Madison Bumgarner, 10-7 on the mound for the Giants. All right, 1-1 the count to Corey Seager. Utley walking down the line from third. Reddick away from first. Nobody out. The 1-1 pitch on the way. Seager pulls it foul outside of first down the line, and the count 1-2. Pittsburgh defense pretty solid, especially their shortstop, Jordy Mercer. He's had 1 error in the last 72 games. He's way over to his left, but not completely behind the bag. He leads all National League shortstops with a .989 fielding percentage. They also have Gold Glove out there in right field and in center. Starling Marte in left field today, and Andrew McCutchen. The 1-2 pitch coming up. Cole delivers, swung on, ground ball to the second baseman. The feed for 1. Throw to first, double play. Utley scoring, and the Dodgers have tied it up 1-1 as Seager was hitting into a double play. So since we talked about the defense, let's see how they set up, and it's this way. Jaso and Frazier on the right side, Mercer and Gung on the left, Marte, McCutchen, and Polanco in the outfield, Cervelli behind the plate. So with 2 out, Adrian Gonzalez checking in after Seager hits into that 4-6-3 double play, and there's a ground ball hard into base hit to right field. So Gonzalez bangs one for a base hit. Might have been more trouble for Cole, except for the double play that preceded it. And the batter now will be Jock Peterson. One of the things with the Dodgers running bases on base hits, Starling Marte was the Gold Glove winner last year out there in left field. The last 2 years, Marte has 29 assists. That's the most in the league. He has 13 this year. So the runners have to be very careful about Starling Marte. Meanwhile, pitch way inside, almost hit Peterson. 1 ball and no strike. So Peterson gets his kneecaps out of the way. 1-0 the count. Gonzalez standing at first with 2 out. A run in a 1-1 tie. Cole out of his stretch. Quick look over at Gonzalez, not going anywhere. Peterson bangs one to left field for a base hit. Marte is up with it. So the Dodgers now come up with their 4th hit in the first inning. Remember last night they had 12 hits and only 1 run. So they are trying certainly to give Garrett Cole a bad time. Utley doubled. Reddick singled him to third. Utley scored as Seager hit into a double play. Then Gonzalez singles and Peterson singles. So Howie Kendrick coming up, batting .273. Had a good night last night with 3 base hits. singled in the 9th inning for his 3rd hit. So Garrett Cole in some trouble in a 1-1 tie. We're just still in the 1st inning. Pass 1 is swung on and missed, and the count 0-1. McCarthy sitting back in the shade, cooling off. He's now even 1-1, has a chance to go out in front. The next pitch to Kendrick, low and away. 1 ball and 1 strike. We mentioned Garrett Cole, a 1st-round pick. He was the first player in 7 years and not sign, instead go to school. Despite having been a Yankee fan, he went to UCLA. 1-1 pitch on the way. Kendrick, a chopper backhanded by Cole, throws to first in time for the out. So the Dodgers get 1 run, 4 hits, in contrast to the Pirates, who had 1 run on no hits. And at the end of an inning, 1-1. Second inning, a 1-1 tie in the sunshine. A couple enjoying the ball game and discussing a better team, of course. 1-1 in the second. Jordy Mercer will start it all. Jordy homered last night in the 7th inning. He also homered back at PNC Park in June against the Dodgers. He's a grinder. Mercer has been leading the club 109 games. So the right-hand hitter and a slick fielder takes way inside ball 1. 1-0. So for Mercer, game number 110. So he's missed 3. Here comes McCarthy. Off-speed pitch for a strike. Those are the ones that did the damage to strike out Polanco looking and also Cervelli. Brandon has made 30 pitches. Big right-hander's 1-1 pitch, swung on, hit the left and deep. Going back forward is Kendrick, still on the grass, and makes the catch. So a long fly ball to left, 1 down, and Garrett Cole coming up.
Pitcher number 45, Garrett Cole.
Cole has a half a dozen hits. He has a double, he has a home run, and he has 3 runs batted in. But he's feast or famine. Otherwise, he strikes out half the time. 1 out, Cole at the plate. Second inning, 1-1 tie, and the pitch outside. By the way, you know, in New York, Alex Rodriguez played last night and then was summarily dismissed. He is no longer a Yankee player. 1-0 pitch on the way, in for a strike. The Yankees brought up 2 kids Their names Tyler Austin and Aaron Judge, the two top prospects coming out of the minor league. 1-1 pitch to Cole in there, 1-2. Well, they are the first in Major League history, those two. They came up and hit back-to-back home runs in what for each was their first Major League at-bat. Wow. The next pitch, breaking ball, check swing, no swing, says Chad Fairchild. And we have a 2-2 count to Garrett Cole. Waiting on deck, Frazier. 1-1 tie. We're in the second inning. McCarthy into the windup. 2-2 pitch. That's it on the inside corner. Looks like an off speed, like a slider with not much of a break. And it's the pitch that got Cervelli, and it also got Planko. And now it gives him his third strikeout. Say, receive a Magic Johnson Garden Gnome tomorrow. Dodgers Bucks at 1:10. Available to the first 40,000 fans, courtesy of Bank of America. So for tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions. 2 out, second inning. 1-1 tie. And McCarthy misses for ball one. Frazier flied to center in the first inning. McCarthy into the windup, comes back 1-0, and that's in there for a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. So the fastball, at least for now, has been used sparingly. The damaging pitch has been the off speed. Back he comes with a fastball, but it's just off the plate. And the count 2-1. Tomorrow, the final game, Chad Kuhl for the Bucks. Brett Anderson returning for the Dodgers. The 2-1 pitch swung on, laced into left field for a base hit. So a 2-out single by Adam Frazier will bring up Starling Marte.
Number 6, Starling Marte.
That is the first hit for the Pirates. They also had 3 walks and a hit batter. So with Frazier at first, Marte checking in. 7 home runs, 39 runs batted in. Marte 1 for 4 last night. Throw to first. Frazier diving back to the bag. Frazier does a little base stealing. Stolen 4 out of 5. We'll see if they run him with 2 out. Marte waiting at the plate. There a bluff at first. Line drive just down the line. Coming over is Kendrick. On his way to third is Frazier. Into second base goes Marte. And just like that, the Bucks have second and third with 2 out on a base hit by Frazier and a double by Marte. Seguin leaping high in the air, but couldn't get close to it. So the Bucks come back and challenge. Now you have first base open with McCutchen, and you have Polanco, a left-hand hitter who struck out, on deck. McCutchen walked in the first inning. Andrew singled in the first inning, stole a base, scored a run last night, then second time up hit a home run. All right, they're going to try to pitch to him with Polanco waiting on deck. And the first pitch to McCutchen way inside. He had 4 pitches almost inside his shirt in his first at bat when he walked. Couldn't come any closer without actually throwing the ball up the sleeve of McCutchen. 1 ball and no strikes. McCarthy got out of a bases loaded scrape. There's that off speed pitch, and again very high and inside. So far, we really haven't seen McCarthy trust his fastball, and he's gotten away with using it sparingly. Now behind 2-0 to McCutchen. McCutchen with 100 career home runs. McCarthy out of a stretch. Now the 2-0 pitch. There's the fastball, and it's fouled back. 2-1. McCutchen, who had 4 sensational years, struggling this year for whatever reason, and it's been the big question in Pittsburgh and around the big leagues. What's wrong with Andrew McCutchen? 2-1 the count. McCarthy out of a stretch. Right-handed delivers outside. Almost a wild pitch on a fastball. That was a good save by A.J. Ellis. So he is 3-1. Ellis making a good backhand stab at a ball at his shoulder and heading for the backstop. 3-1 to McCutchen. McCarthy looks down the barrel to get a sign. Honeycutt and Roberts holding conversation. Off-speed pitch way inside. Ball 4. So as we say, we haven't seen McCarthy really challenge anybody with the fastball.
25, Gregory.
So he has walked 4, hit a batter in an inning and 2/3. And here's Polanco, who struck out looking at an off-speed pitch in the first inning. So Polanco taking his time getting in, hitting .315. Big left-hander playing right field. McCarthy, bases loaded for the second inning in a row, and he gets a strike on Polanco. Rick Honeycutt testing the phone. No answer at the other end for the moment. Might be calling to say get ready. Then shaky. Bases loaded first inning, bases loaded second inning. Here's the strike one pitch. Polanco takes way outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. And again, it was an off-speed pitch. McCutchen, Marte, and Frazier all out on the lines with 2 out. Josh Fields now gets up in the Dodger bullpen. McCarthy ready to make his 49th pitch way inside, and another great save by A.J. Ellis. So McCarthy struggling, and Ellis has saved 2 wild pitches and therefore 2 runs. So it's a 1-1 tie, and Fields getting ready. McCarthy got the first 2 batters, but then a single, a double, and a walk. And now behind 2-1 to Polanco. McCarthy out of his stretch, looks at the runners. The next one off speed and way outside. So he certainly doesn't look like a pitcher who feels confident about his fastball. He's made 50 pitches and he's only in the second inning. 3-1 the count. Polanco waiting with the bases loaded. Fastball is way outside. Ball 4. And everybody moves up. And the Bucks take a 2-1 lead. So Polanco to first. McCutchen to second. Marte to third. Scoring is Frazier. And now let's see. Here comes Dave Roberts along with the trainer. And the Dodgers will gather at the mound. When McCarthy pitched the last 2 times out, he actually felt that it was almost like the first time he'd ever been on a mound. I mean, everything felt strange. He struggled in Colorado, but it was kind of rainy and people thought, well, the ball might be a little slippery. But then he was as wild as you would see a major league pitcher against the Red Sox. So let's see about what they're going to do now. We haven't seen him really go after a hitter with the fastball. Been a lot of off-speed pitches. Honeycutt's on the phone to see whether Fields is ready. And they're going to take Brandon out. That is a very bad psychological blow for Brandon McCarthy. Trying to feel his way back. It was noticeable throwing so many off-speed pitches. He really didn't have faith in the fastball, or at least that's what it looked like. So it's 2-1 favor the Pirates. Bases loaded, 2 out. The batter will be Gung. Fields will be coming in, and we'll be back.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Looking at his last 4 starts, it's somewhat discouraging. 4 innings against Tampa Bay, 3 at Colorado, 3 2/3 against the Red Sox, 1 2/3 today. Last night, the Dodgers got a big boost from Ross Stripling, who went 7. But he is the odd man, as the Dodgers starters don't ever come around to try and finish. And McCarthy now means the Dodgers are into the bullpen in the 2nd inning. So Fields inherits a tough spot. Marte at 3rd, McCutchen at 2nd, Polanco at 1st, and Josh facing Gung, the boy from Korea, who was hit by a pitch in the 1st inning. Fields out of his stretch. Right-hander set, comes to his hitter, and the first pitch a little high, ball 1. 1-0. So Gung with 11 home runs, 37 runs batted in, hitting .230. As we said, it looks like his name should be pronounced Kang, but it is Gung. The next pitch almost hits him, a fastball at the elbow. 2-0 the count. So Kung trying to keep it going. Pirates a run in the 1st, a run in the 2nd, and lead the Dodgers 2-1. Here's the 2-0 pitch coming up. And that's taken inside, ball 3. So the Bucks got a run in the 1st inning on 3 walks and a hit batter. They've already picked up a run on 2 walks and 2 hits. And of course, Gung with the count his way, 3-0. Field set, looks ready, 3-0 pitch, and that's in for a strike. Marte at 3rd, McCutchen at 2nd, Polanco at 1st, and a 3-1 count. Pirates, when they signed Gung, they signed him to a 4-year deal worth $11 million, an option for $5 million the next year, and a $1 million buyout. He hits a ground ball into left field, base hit. 1 run will score. They will stop McCutchen at 3rd, so the bases remain loaded, and the Pirates lead 3-1. So Gung, a sharp single to left field, and a run batted in. So 3-1 in favor of the Pirates. 3 runs, 3 hits. That run is charged to McCarthy. And the batter is John Jaso. So for McCarthy, another day, and he has to somehow mentally get over it, go back to the bullpen, work some more, and try to get it right before it really strangles him. Bases loaded, the pitch to Jaso on the outside corner for a strike. Jaso with 4 home runs. He has 78 hits, 77 of them against right-hand pitching. 0-1 the count. Jaso walked in the 1st inning, pops one in the air into left field. Coming in for it is Kendrick. Now he waits, makes the catch, and mercifully the inning is over. But not before the Bucks get 2. And at the end of an inning and a half, 3-1 Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh leading the Dodgers 3-1. Bottom of the second inning. Beautiful blue sky overhead. And talking about blue sky, sunshine, and day baseball, look at the Giants. They have the best record in day games, 27-13, and right behind them, the Dodgers, 20-10. The Cubs, of course, play a lot of them. They have 35 victories in the daytime. So into the bottom of the second, Rob second and playing third base for Justin Turner, out with a bad hand. The next pitch to second and in for a strike, and the count 1-1. We mentioned the Giants. You know, since the All-Star break, the Giants have the worst record in the major leagues. 8 wins, 17 losses. 1 pitch is low. So the Dodgers are 13-11, 2 games above 500. But because the Giants have been playing so poorly, the Dodgers have picked up 5.5 games since the break, and 7 since June the 26th, when they were 8 back. A one-hopper off the glove of Mercer. Boy, that thing was crushed. So Rob second in, a base hit off the glove of Jordy Mercer. And to hit one off his glove, he is a defensive marvel out there at shortstop. Second in a base hit, A.J. Ellis coming up. Dodgers trying to get something started now. Ellis with the McCarthy spot, the pitcher spot, occupied by Fields. Instead, Julio Urias begins to warm up in the Dodger bullpen. And the first pitch to Ellis is low, ball 1. One ball and no strikes. Second in at first. 3-1 Pittsburgh, second inning. The 1-0 pitch on the way outside to the backstop, and on the wild pitch, second in goes to second. All right, 2-0 the count. Ellis back up. Cole in a lot of trouble in the first inning, gave up 4 hits, 1 run. Does not look like the Cole of last year, who won 19. Garrett ready, right-hander comes back, and there's a high fly ball into shallow left center. The Gold Glove is there. That's Starling Marte. So we have 1 out, and the Dodgers going to the bench.
Pitcher number 46, Josh Fields.
Josh Fields picking up for McCarthy will be coming up. And then they'll get to Chase Utley. For Fields, this is an important moment in his young baseball life. His first career Major League Baseball at bat. Garrett Cole looks at the runner, comes back to his hitter, gets a strike, and the count 0-1. One thing about Garrett Cole, he doesn't give up very many home runs. He hasn't allowed a home run in over 50 innings, so it'd be about 53 right now. Pitch chased and missed, 0-2 the count. In fact, this year Cole has allowed 3 home runs in just about 99 innings. On deck, Chase Utley. Cole comes back 0-2, and the pitch down and away. 1-2. So Josh Fields in his first major league at bat is in a hole. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Garrett Cole, a look back at second in, comes back with a low fastball swung on and missed. So for Josh Fields, a thoroughly forgettable at bat. Can't blame him. Doesn't get a chance to go up there and swing. So Chase Utley will be coming up, 2 out, runner at second. Utley opened up the game for the Dodgers with a double into the right field corner. Took third on a base hit by Reddick and came home as Seager was hitting into a double play. Chase hitting .255, 8 home runs, 33 runs batted in. Garrett Cole set. Right-hander looks back at second, comes to Utley, line drive, just fair. It hit the foul line, The run will score, and Utley is on his way for his second double. And it's 3-2 Pittsburgh. John Jaso, the first baseman, up the ladder as high as he could get, but still couldn't reach the line drive. It was a pitch down around the knees, and that was a beautiful golf swing just over the glove of Jaso and down the line. So scoring is Seguin. So this looks like a ball game that's going to take a while to develop. The Pirates 3, the Dodgers 2. We're only in the second inning. And the batter is Josh Reddick. Reddick has a look at a strike, and the count 0-1. Josh batting .275, 8 home runs. Cole out of his stretch, another look back at second, and the pitch, a high comebacker. Cole has it, lobs it to first, and that's the inning. But Dodgers come back with a run. Utley doubles it in, and at the end of 2, Pirates 3, Dodgers 2. Chase Utley, day in and day out, providing the Dodgers a great second baseman. And today, back-to-back doubles. He has knocked in one, and he has scored one. So now in the third inning, 3-2 Pittsburgh, and it'll be Cervelli, Mercer, and then Cole. Cervelli, the catcher, struck out in the first inning. Fastball by Josh is low, ball 1. Brandon McCarthy struck out Polanco with the bases loaded, struck out Cervelli with the bases loaded in the first inning. But he couldn't come up with that big pitch before being chased in the second. The 1-0 pitch on the way, swung on, smoked to right center. Peterson is not going to get it. He'll cut it off as a long single, and Cervelli will hold on with a shot to right center.
Number 10, Jordy Mercer.
So 3 runs, 4 hits for the Pirates, 2 runs, 6 hits for the Dodgers. So the Dodgers have had 18 hits in 11 innings against Pittsburgh, and they lost last night and they're losing today with 18 hits. All right, Fields gives up the single. Now Jordy Mercer, who flied to left field, 0 for 1. 7 home runs, 42 RBIs, and a Gold Glove at short. Fields set, Josh comes, and it's swung on and missed 0-1. Nothing like having a solid, reliable shortstop, and that's how the Bucks look at it. Of course, the Dodgers the same way with Corey Seager. Jordy waiting, and the strike one pitch off speed in there nicely. 0-2. So Josh Fields picking up the pieces from Brandon McCarthy, working on Jordy Joe Mercer from Tulaga, Oklahoma. Population 299. When he graduated from high school, he had 6 classmates. Next pitch fouled away. If you're wondering about Tulaga, Oklahoma, Boyd Robertson tells us 115 miles west of Oklahoma City. Jordy signed by the Pirates, 3rd round out of Oklahoma State. That was back in 2008. Big guy for a shortstop, 6'3", 200-pounder. Pokes one away, foul. It might have been off the plate, but with 2 strikes, he couldn't afford to take it. He was signed in 08, and his first look in the big leagues, 2012. Jordy Mercer. Now the strike 2 pitch coming up. Josh Fields delivers very high. That brings Ellis up out of the crowd. 1-2. You always wonder, and then you think baseball is spread out so much, like people looking for gold. Even when you're playing in a little town like Tulaga, Oklahoma, 299 people, there's a scout there watching the kids. Runner goes. The 1-2 pitch is missed. Poor throw. Slips and goes into center. No way that Cervelli can get up and move on. So Cervelli slides into second. Utley does a good job to make sure that he doesn't get up and go to third. Strike 3, bad throw. Not even near Utley, who's making believe he's caught it, while Peterson comes running in to recover. And then Utley shows the glove. There's no ball in it, and Cervelli says fooled again. So Mercer strikes out. It's a stolen base for Cervelli. And here is Garrett Cole. He does have a home run, 3 RBIs, right-hand batter. 1 out here in the 3rd. Fields ready, delivers, drops that slow overhand curveball in for a strike, and the count 0-1. Three runs, 4 hits for the Pirates, 2 runs, 6 hits for the Dodgers, and we're in the top of the 3rd inning. The strike 1 pitch swung on late, 0-2. We knew last year that Garrett Cole was dating the sister of Brandon Crawford, the great shortstop of the Giants. Well, we understand they are now engaged to be married. Here's the strike 2 pitch on the way, chased and missed, and that'll do it for Garrett Cole. He strikes out a 2nd time. 2nd strikeout for Josh Fields. And the batter now will be Adam Frazier, but wait a minute. And they're not going to fool around. Frazier, a left-hand batter, and so they're going to lift Fields and bring in Urias. So for the Bucks, they're into their 3rd time around as Josh Fields walks out. It's 3-2 Pittsburgh. Top of the 3rd with 2 out, and we'll be back.
Fans, your attention, please. Now pitching for the Dodgers, number 7, Julio Urias.
Urias coming out of the Dodger bullpen. Well, he's been a sometime starter, a sometime reliever. More importantly, he has now worked 48 1/3 innings here in the big leagues. He has a record of 2-2. A little better than 2.5 to 1 strikeouts to walks, and he's allowed 5 home runs. So he'll be facing the left-hand hitting second baseman, Adam Frazier, who flied to center and singled to left. So here we are, top of the third with 2 out. The Dodgers have used 3 pitchers already. Remember, the Dodger relievers had appeared in 157 2/3 innings this year, and they're right back into it again today with Fields and now Urias. So for Roberts doing the best he can with a starting staff that isn't close to being a finishing staff. Cervelli, the catcher, at second base. Frazier trying to pick him up. Urias out of his stretch. Young Julio set at the belt. Left-handed deals. Fastball high. Ball 1. Julio, Cesar, Acosta, Urias. Just celebrated his birthday on the 12th. He is now 20 years old. The 1-0 pitch on the way. Urias delivers away. Ball 2, 2-0. So Friday night is when Urias celebrated his 20th birthday. From Culiacan in Mexico. 16 years old when he signed with the Dodgers, so he's been under their care almost 4 solid years. 2-0 pitch coming up. Urias delivers. High fastball swung on and missed. He hit 91 on the gun. 3 runs, 4 hits for the Pirates. 2 runs, 6 hits for the Dodgers. Frazier waiting, trying to pick up Cervelli. Urias very set, very deliberate, and his 2-1 pitch on the way, swung on and missed, hitting 93. A nice easy delivery, and that ball just rushing up to the plate. 2-2. Julio made all the stops. Great Lakes, Rancho Cucamonga, Oklahoma City. Left-hander again straightens up, and the 2-2 pitch on the way. Urias delivers. Fastball swung on and missed. He didn't monkey around with Frazier, just good hard fastballs. So no runs, 1 hit. The Dodgers wind up striking out the side because Fields had 2, and now Urias gets 1. And at the end of 2.5 innings, 3-2 Pittsburgh. Bottom of the third. Julio cooling off in the Dodger dugout. Comes in to strike out Frazier. So in the third, Dodgers trail by 1, and it'll be Corey Seager to start it off. Garrett Cole has not done very impressive work up to here, but he is leading, and he misses away, ball 1. He gave up 4 hits in the first inning for 1 run. Gave up 2 hits for a run in the second inning. Garrett's 1-0 pitch fouled away. By the way, it is a scoring change, and it only means something if you are really interested in earned or unearned runs. Remember, in the second inning, Ellis was at bat. Seguin had singled. 1-1 pitch is low, ball 2. The pitch got away. It was ruled a wild pitch, but they've corrected that to pass ball on Cervelli, so that made the run that scored unearned because of a deficiency on the defense. Ground ball to the right side to Frazier. 1 away. 3 runs, 4 hits for the Pirates, 2 runs, 6 hits for the Dodgers. Last night, the Dodgers out-hit the Pirates 12 hits to 7. But when the dust settled, the Pirates had won the game 5-1. Well, they're out-hitting the Bucks again, and they're down by 1. Gonzalez singled sharply to right field back in the first inning. First pitch to Adrian, in for a strike. They load up the right side. Now the strike 1 pitch on the way. And Adrian hits it to right. That's going to drop for a base hit. Over to get it is Polanco. And Adrian holding with a 1-out single to right field. So the Dodgers now have 7 hits in 2 1/3 innings against Garrett Cole. He is a long way from that 19-game winner from last year. However, he is a battler, and despite the fact he doesn't have the command that he had last year, probably because of a month on the DL. He was out for a month from June into the middle of July. So here's Peterson with the tying run at first. 1 out, 3-2 Bucks, bottom of the third. Cole out of a set. Right-hander ready, comes to his hitter, and the first pitch in for a strike, and the count 0-1. Peterson single to left field in the first inning, had a couple of doubles last night. Garrett Cole out there on the mound is 25. He'll be 26 in September. Strike 1 pitch taken for another strike, and the count 0-2. Peterson last night had 2 doubles and struck out the next 2 times. Cole trying to put him away. Howie Kendrick on deck. Dodgers with a record of 20-10 in the daytime. Strike 2 pitch on the way, in the dirt, ball 1. Giants are not playing now. They are scheduled to play 6:05 tonight. Kevin Gausman is 3-9, but I remember when Baltimore was here, Dave Roberts was raving about his potential. Well, young Kevin will go against Madison Bumgarner, 10-7, with an earned run average of 2.2. Here's the 1-2 pitch coming up to Peterson. Swung on, punched on the ground to short. They get 1, they will turn it for 2, 6-4-3, and the inning is over. So no runs, 1 hit, nobody left, and at the end of 3, Pirates 3, Dodgers 2. the third inning on that double play. Peterson's ground ball to short. There's the feed by Mercer, coming over, gloving the ball, and the left foot is high off the bag. So they might decide that that was not a double play, that the second baseman, that would be Frazier, did not have the foot on the bag when he got the toss. And if so, we'll have to hold off. The Dodgers will have the runner at second base, and they'd still be alive. So the umpire's reviewing, and it's going to be safe. Yep. So Peterson is out, 6-4-3. However, Gonzalez is safely aboard at second base. So for the Pirates, they miss a perfect double play, but Mercer and Frazier unable to turn it off. And you can bet Clint writing down a couple of notes on that play. Josh Harrison normally plays second base, and so it's a little tough for a guy like Frazier to suddenly turn a DP, but it was so easy, and he was in too much of a hurry. So one out. The Dodgers now still have a tying run at second base, and Howie Kendrick, who hit back to the box, trying to pick him up. 2 out, third inning, 3-2 Pittsburgh, at least for the moment. Garrett Cole looks in to get a sign. Now the right-hander is ready. Another look back at second, and he comes to the plate way inside. Ball one, 1-0. Kendrick trying to pick up a man, get the Dodgers even. 1 ball and no strikes. Fastball is low, ball 2, 2-0. You know, if you look it up in the books, you wouldn't think that Garrett Cole had a great time at UCLA. His record at UCLA, 21-20. 2-0 pitch. That's a strike, 2-1. Once Garrett started to throw 300 with his fastball, the scouts forgot all about the 21-20. Now the 2-1 pitch to Howie Kendrick. Right-hander deals, ground ball wide to third, and dropping it, recovering, throwing in the dirt, and throws it away. Oh my goodness, the Dodgers really get a gift. First, the Pirates mess up a simple double play, and now they mess up a ground ball to third. So with all of that, the Dodgers finally get 2 gifts, and it's a 3-3 tie. And for Clinton Merrick Hurdle, standing up down there in the Pirate dugout, well, in the old days, I think he'd rearrange their furniture, but right now he just looks on. So the Pirates really mess up. And we have a 3-3 tie. Rob Segedin checks in. We'll check on the scoring. Might be 2 errors. First, the error at third. That would allow Gonzalez to go to third. And then the throw that gets away allows Gonzalez to come home. So 2 errors on the play, both of them charged to gung. So it gives you a entirely different definition of gung-ho. And that's in for a strike. 0-1 the count. So the man who was called out scores the tying run. It's been that kind of a day, and we're on to 1/3 of it. Strike 1 pitch on the way, and that's going to be banged to center on a hop. So the Dodgers are not finished. Single to center field. And that will bring up A.J. Ellis. All of this because Frazier had already crossed the bag, taking what appeared to be an easy double play ball from the shortstop, Jordy Mercer. Well, it's the big leagues, and now let's see. Timeout for the moment. Ray Searage is the pitching coach. He's carrying out a message. You have Ellis, and then you have Urias, the pitcher. No doubt, among other things, Searage trying to break the spell and let Garrett Cole settle down. Cole, from what we understand, is a very, very easy-going guy off the field. Anything but. We have a moment. This is the big play, and it'll get bigger and bigger as the day goes along. Ground ball off the bat of Peterson. Mercer a feed, but Frazier, by the time he gloves the ball, you can see he's off the bag. Throws to first for the out, but not to end the inning. And the Dodgers have gone on to take 2 gifts, the 2 errors following the missed double play, and the Dodgers have tied it up. Ellis flied to left field in the 2nd inning. So Cole out of a set, looks back at second, now works his hitter, ground foul outside of third. Ellis 0 for 1. So second in at first, Kendall at second. Dodgers 3 runs, 8 hits. Pirates 3 runs, 4 hits, and 2 huge errors. No balls and 1 strike. Strike 1 pitch coming up. Cole ready, right-handed delivers, fastball low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Remember that old reasoning line about without a nail the shoe was off, without the shoe the horse was slow. Anyway, it leads up to losing the battle. Check swing, little ground ball to the right side. Frazier makes the play, and there is that elusive third out. But the Dodgers, they profit by it. They get a run, and at the end of 3, a 3-3 tie. LA is brought to you by the Dodge Challenger. Test drive one at your local Dodge dealer today. And by Carl's Jr., introducing the Bacon 3-Way Burger only at Carl's Jr. 1951, Ralph Kiner of the Pirates at bat. It's the annual Shrine Game against Washington at Cooperstown, New York. And of course, Ralph hit 301 home runs as a member of the Pirates. And of course, he and Hank Greenberg were together, a couple of bombers in the outfield. And at big Forbes Field in Pittsburgh, they put up a big cyclone fence to enclose a new bullpen. And from that moment on, that area was called Greenberg Gardens. Fly ball that used to be an out was a home run. Into the 4th in a 3-3 tie, Marte, McCutchen, and Polanco, and a strike from Urias. Marte, a Gold Glove, has walked, stolen a base, doubled, set up a run, hitting .316. 1 ball and 1 strike. One pitch. Little nubber down to get it is Urias. Picks it up, throws him out. From Marte, out 1-3. And the batter is Andrew McCutchen.
Center fielder Andrew
McCutchen walked in the first inning and walked again in the second inning. Brandon McCarthy followed by Josh Fields and now Julio Urias. And with McCutchen, Dodgers load up the left side. McCutchen in 2012 had his best year. A line drive. Oh, what a catch by Seguin. Rob didn't have much of a chance to react, but he certainly stayed with it, and McCutchen crushed it.
Right fielder Gregory Polanco.
Take another look if you can see the ball. It happened so fast. Right between his legs, down below the knees, and Seguin stayed with it. 2 out, and here's Polanco. McCutchen going back into the dugout. Has to feel a lot better. You know, when he came here, he was struggling. He had a single and a home run, 2 walks, and a bullet for an out today. Fastball blow. We were talking about McCutchen. His best year was 2012. He had 31 home runs, 96 runs batted in. He hit .327, and for good measure, he stole 20 bases. High fly ball fighting the sun coming over as Reddick inside now in foul ground, and the ball landed in fair ground and drops into the stands for a ground ball double. Not a cloud up there. Reddick coming over. You remember he saved a home run, but not today. Losing that fly ball that he might otherwise catch, and instead it lands in fair ground for a double. No matter your years in the game, you use the bill of your cap, you use your glasses, you use your glove, but all of a sudden there's a time when you have no idea where it is. It landed behind him. He was in foul territory, and the ball landed fair. Josh also had to worry about the man with the chair. So a 2-out double for Blanco, and now here's Gung, who made 2 errors on that ground ball that helped give the Dodgers a run. Change up off the plate, ball 1. So Polanco at second with the double. 3-3 in the 4th. Two and 0. Three runs, 5 hits, 2 errors for the Pirates. 3 runs, 8 hits, no errors for the Dodgers. Off speed and ball 3. Gung with Jaso on deck. Jaso waits. 3-0 the count to Gung. Fastball in there. 3-1. So it's been McCarthy, Fields, and Urias. '29-year-old Jung Ho Gung. Gwangju, South Korea, and he takes ball 4. So Gung hit by a pitch in the first inning. It's a base hit, now a walk. Pirates have runners at first and second. 2 out. Jaso has walked and flied to left. And a strike on 1. Jaso walked, flied to left, 0 for 1. Appeared briefly as a pinch hitter last night and flied to center. No balls, 1 strike. Fastball a little high. The all-time Pirate home run list. If you're wondering, Andrew McCutchen has 167. The big man, Wilver Stargell, big left-hand hitter, had 475 home runs for the Pirates. 1-1. Hard ground ball right to Gonzalez. He'll go to the bag, and the Dodgers are out of the jam. No runs, 1 hit, 2 left, and at the end of 3.5 innings, a 3-3 tie. Do you know a standout high school senior athlete? Then nominate him for a chance to be named a Time Warner Cable Sports Championship Drive Scholar Athlete and receive a $2,500 college scholarship. So go to twcschamp.com now for more information. Julio Urias will start it off, then Chase Utley and Josh Reddick. First pitch in for a strike, and the count 0-1. Garrett Coles in a tied-up ball game. Next pitch swung on, and 0-2. One of the things when they talk about Pittsburgh and their salary last year, the team salary, was 25 out of 30. Urias fouls it away. But they're not your typical organization. The moment you step inside the home clubhouse, oh yeah, you might see McCutchen. Certainly you're going to see Clint Hurdle. But that's not the important part. Strike 2 pitch is lined into left field, a base hit. So Julio Urias, a line drive single to left. Urias had 1 hit prior to that. So that's his second big league hit. And for Cole, he's in trouble again. Anyway, the thing about the Pirates and PNC Park and all that stuff comes from the way the players come to the ballpark. Here's Utley, who has 2 doubles. And the first pitch in for a strike. Players glide to the clubhouse on electric powered scooters. That's true, because the walk to the parking lot is probably, well, a long way, and you multiply that by at least 81 games. So they've overcome it with high technology. Then you go to the ballpark in scooters. Also, if you get there hours before the game, players walk around in black compression shirts affixed with blinking fitness monitoring devices over their chest. Here's the 1-1 pitch, foul back. So they're trying everything they can to have a winning ball club. High technology. Now with Phil Rizzuto years ago with the Yankees, he had the nickname Scooter, but they can certainly put that on Jordy Mercer because he can very well arrive to work on a scooter. Foul ball outside of first down the line, and the count 1-2. Utley doubled, scored in the first inning, doubled to cash in second in that weird second inning. The Dodgers then got a huge gift in the third inning to tie up the game. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Fastball fouled away. Cole hitting 96. 6'4", 235 pounds. 25, he'll be 26. The 8th of September. There's the 1-2 pitch to Chase. Foul back. When the Pirates finally signed Garrett Cole after he had turned down the Yankees, it was a minor league deal, but there was an $8 million bonus and there's more money involved. It was the highest paying minor league deal ever handed out. Off speed, 2-2 the count. Garrett Cole won 10 games for the Pirates in 2013 and then arrived last year 19-8. Here's the 2-2 pitch on the way. Utley takes ball 3. Combination of problem with his ribs in spring training, then his arm, the right arm, bothering him. So he was on the DL for a month from June into July. So we're not looking at the same Garrett Cole that we saw last year. 3-2. Urias at first, and Utley strikes out. 1 out in the 4th inning. For Garrett Cole, that is only his second strikeout. And we say only for a guy throwing 96. And one of the 2 strikeouts was the pitcher, Josh Fields. So you have Urias at first, 1 down. Josh Reddick, who was embarrassed, going across the foul line, fighting the sun, only to have the ball land behind him in fair ground. But he got away with it in the top of the 4th. 0-1 the count. Three runs, 9 hits for the Dodgers. 3 runs, 5 hits, 2 big errors by the Pirates. Little ground ball to the right side. Frazier to Mercer for the force play, and that's the second out. So 2 down. And Corey Seager coming up. Corey Seager grounded into a double play and grounded out. 0 for 2, hitting .305. 21 home runs, 55 runs batted in. Three, bottom of the 4th. Temperature was 85 degrees when the game started. Nothing really hot about that. Other areas, of course, will be a lot higher. But I know they were talking today from the beaches in the 70s into the valleys, especially around Woodland Hills, 103. Ball 1 to Corey. And, of course, to give a child something cold, lemonade that you have to dig out half frozen. Oh, yeah. There are no words. And he's not about to tell you. 1 ball and no strikes. 1-1. Josh Reddick over there with 2 out. Bottom of the 4th. Brett Anderson tomorrow on the mound against Chad Kuhl. Kuhl. Dodgers will leave on Monday. They'll go to Philadelphia and Cincinnati, and then what a homestand when they come back. They will play the Giants head-to-head for 3, followed by the Cubs on the weekend. So if you were thinking about going to a ball game, that would be a heck of a homestand. The Giants and the Cubs. 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-2. Talking about the weather and the temperature, we checked about 96 in Woodland Hills, though they were a little off, saying about 103. One thing you can tell here, the people who are here, most of them are sitting in the sun. Oh sure, there are a lot of them that are way up underneath the overhangs, but otherwise with a fan, something. Oh well, now let's get a little hat on that guy. There goes the runner, the pitch in the dirt, and the Dodgers have a go-ahead now with Reddick at second base. So Josh Reddick steals second. Cole so intent on working on Seager in a 3-3 tie. Cole now ready to make his 68th pitch. 2-2. Ball 3. Adrian Gonzalez on deck. Gonzo waits. Seager's at the plate, 3-2. Mercer directly behind Reddick as he takes his lead at second base. And Cervelli now going out to talk to Cole. 3-2 the count. Seager with a chance to get the Dodgers out in front for the first time. He has 55 runs batted in, and it's on the hands, line drive, base hit, and he cashes in the chance. And so for the first time today, the Dodgers take a lead 4-3. Corey Seager. That's why they roll the dice with Reddick. Josh steals second, and he promptly cashed in. 4 runs, 10 hits for the Dodgers. 3 runs, 5 hits, and 2 errors for the Pirates. And now, with Seager at first, Gonzalez 2 for 2, singles to right field. So Reddick brings in the go-ahead run. Cole is due to bat third when the Pirates hit in the 5th inning. 0-1 to Adrian, batting .298, inching ever so close to the 300 mark. 10 home runs, and he has 55 runs batted in. So with Seager, that's 111. 0-1 in the dirt. 1 ball and 1 strike. When the Pirates come up in the 5th inning, they are due to have Cervelli, Mercer, and then the pitcher. They're moving around in the Pirate bullpen, but no one is throwing. One of them is running up and down, loosening up. There you go. It's Hughes. Throw to first. Diving back to the bag is Seager. Giants don't play until 6 o'clock tonight. Dodgers right now a game back. Meanwhile, look at those 3. I mean, they are Olympic quality, I do believe. One is very fast, one very deliberate. 1-2 to Adrian. Yeah, that is quite a sight. One guy digging down to that big ice cone. The little guy is really working hard. The fella at the end looks like he's in a race. Oh, they're great. Bring the children. We love to have them here at the ballpark. Here's the 1-2 pitch. And down goes Adrian, but the Dodgers get a run on a couple of hits and a big stolen base by Josh Reddick. And at the end of 4-3 Dodgers. Spelled with a K, pronounced with a G, Gung. And they are gung-ho, of course, for the Pirate third baseman as we go to the fifth inning, 4-3, favor of the Dodgers. By the way, we were talking about Julio Urias, the fact that he turned 20 years old yesterday. Today, young Randall Grichuk of the Cardinals just hit a grand slam home run on his birthday, and the Cardinals ended the Cubs' 11-game winning streak, 8-4 at Wrigley. Grand slam on your birthday. Wow, what a present. So Urias now working on Cervelli, and ball one to the catcher. Struck out and singled. Stole a base and left there. Hitting .266. 2-0 the count. Cervelli was a question mark as to whether he would play or not. He had trouble with his left wrist Wednesday. Ground foul. Didn't play yesterday, but here he is today. Francisco Cervelli. Mercer and then Cole. They are still not throwing in the Pirate bullpen. One fella stopped running backwards, but the other is still doing twisting and turning. And 2-1. He lost his bat on that swing. 2-2. Cervelli was having a little fun, so was Utley. When Cervelli was stealing second base, Ellis Sproul went into center field. Utley made a great stop as if he was catching the ball, applying the tag. And then Cervelli looked, and Utley showed him the glove, and there was no ball in the glove. And Cervelli slapped at the glove. Fun and games in the middle of business. Utley always thinking. And that's in the dirt to the backstop. 3-2 the count. Here was that little bit of byplay. See Utley faking. Cervelli saying, wait a minute, where's the ball? Ah, it's not in your glove. Ah. Meanwhile, it was in the hand of Jock Peterson in center field. All right, 3-2 the count to Francisco Cervelli. And he hits a flare that's going to drop. That'll be a base hit in left center. Cervelli turns and holds on. He's 2 for 3. Leadoff single will send up Jordy Mercer. Fly deep to left and struck out. 4 runs, 10 hits for the Dodgers. 3 runs, 6 hits for the Pirates. Tomorrow, Brett Anderson and Chad Kuhl at 110. Jordy hitting .271. He has had a brilliant year with the glove. Down and away. 1 ball and no strike to Jordy. Mercer has made 1 error in his last 73 games. Cervelli just did get back. Cervelli's one of those guys who looks like he's having a very good time while playing baseball for a living. 1 ball and no strikes. That's a strike on the inside corner. Jordy Joe Mercer. 3rd round pick by the Bucks back in '08. Out of Oklahoma State and a very small city. 1-1. Curveball, nice spinner in there. 1-2. Dodgers had McCarthy 1 2/3, and McCarthy had a problem with his right hip, we understand. Cervelli again leading a very precarious life over there. He did steal in the 3rd inning. That was against Josh Fields. Cervelli has stolen 5 out of 7. That's a little off. 2-2. Mercer having a look. It's a long distance look at Rich Schofield. He has long left the third base coaching box. 2-2. Nobody out. Fastball hammered if it's fair, but it's going to go down the line. Foul. It bangs up the facade of the 2nd level. I mean, that thing was crushed. But foul. 2-2. Mercer is 6'3" and a good 200 pounds. Two and two to Jordy. Change up, foul back. Good change. Mercer started his swing, held up, couldn't do much, and the ball hit the bat. Very good pitch. 2-2. Julio Urias lost his luggage on one of the road trips, had to pitch without his glasses. As you can imagine, he didn't do very well. Fastball hit foul down the right field line. So it's still 2 balls and 2 strikes. We're in the 5th inning. 4-3 Dodgers. Pirates led 1-0, then 1-1, then 3-1, 3-2, then tied 3-3. Dodgers got a huge break in the 3rd inning to tie up the game, and they took the lead in the 4th. All right, 2-2. Fastball line to left. Coming up is Kendrick, but it's a base hit. So back-to-back singles, nobody out, and you'd expect Garrett Cole to come up and sacrifice. Let's see if he's been able to do that. He does have 2 sacrifices this year. So there'll be a meeting at the mound. Cole has struck out twice. Rich Sofield down to counsel him, but chances are awfully good in this spot. They'd have him get it down and leave it up to Frazier and Marte. So a big meeting at the mound. Now it's broken up. Remember the old days, there was a ruling you could not have the entire infield. Somebody had to stay back. But now they let them all go. An exchange of ideas. And now let's see about the bunt. Second in on the grass at third. Gonzalez at first. And Urias trying to hold two runners, Cervelli and Mercer. Cole shows bunt. Gets the bunt. Foul. 0-1. Oh and 1 the count. Nobody out. 2 on. 5th inning. 4-3 Dodgers. Gonzalez now really coming in. He's committed. Here's the strike one pitch. Cole shows bunt. He takes a strike. And it's 0-2. So for Clint Hurdle, asking not too much of his pitcher to get a bunt down. 0-2. And swings away instead. Cole isn't a bad hitter. He has a half a dozen hits, including a home run and 3 runs batted in. He also has 2 sacrifices. But after trying to bunt, he's in a hole now. 0-2. Again showing bunt. Bunt's a slow curveball. Gonzalez throws to third. They get a force. So Adrian Gonzalez charging the bunt and turns it into a force play. So a nice play as usual for Adrian. 3-5 if you're scoring. So Cervelli is erased. Down to second goes Mercer. Cole stays at first. Josh Harrison, a right-hand hitter and a second baseman, will come up and hit for Frazier. Harrison last night singled, lost a home run on a great play in right field. So wound up going 1 for 4 last night. So Josh Harrison coming up. He's hitting .270. 4 home runs, 44 runs batted in. And now the Dodgers want to have another meeting with Urias. Go over how to pitch to Josh Harrison. Harrison is not a big man. He's about 5'8". However, at 5'8", he's 190 pounds. He's had 7 straight games where he's had at least 1 hit against the Dodgers. And we ought to show you the catch that Reddick made last night in the 5th inning. Harrison drills it to right field. Reddick on the long run and reaches up just as it was going to be a home run and takes it away from him. So that's a look at Harrison. Harrison, 29 years old, went to the University of Cincinnati. He'll attest to the fact that Reddick deserves a Gold Glove. He was originally a 6th round pick by the Cubs. Been in the Pirate organization, however, and first came up to the Bucks in 2011. So 2 on, 1 out, and here's Harrison with Marte on deck. Ball 1. Frazier, while he was in there, flied to center, singled and struck out. Mercer at second, Cole at first, 1 away. Fastball at his feet. 2-0. Dodgers have scored a run in every inning. The Bucks scored a run in the first and 2 in the second. Dodgers lead 4-3 in the fifth. Took a lot off that pitch. Harrison way out in front of it. Joshua I. Harrison facing Julius Urias. 2 on, 1 out, fifth inning, 4-3 Dodgers. Giants play at 6 o'clock tonight. Breaking ball fouled away. Fastball with a little late break on it. 2-2. That's what happened last night to Justin Turner. He was jammed and he suffered a bruise to his right hand. That's why he's not in the game today. Big moment here. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Josh Harrison against Julio Urias. Still 2-2. All right, 2-2. And a high fly ball to deep left. Looks playable. On the track is Kendrick to make the catch, and the run is hauled. So Harrison, a long fly ball, although it never did look like it had a chance to go anywhere except into Kendrick's glove. And now Starling Marte, who walked, doubled, hit back to the box. Harrison didn't really come close. A couple of years ago when he played for the Pirates, he had 13 home runs. So here's Marte hitting .315 with 7 home runs. The big play was the lack of Garrett Cole to get a good bunt down. 0-1. Cole bunted, but right to the feet of Adrian Gonzalez, who made the forced play at third. So you have Mercer at second, Cole at first. That means Garrett did not have a chance to sit in the dugout. That might pay off. 0-1. Check swing. It's going to be a bum check. 0-2. Starling Marte. Oh, and 2. High and inside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Marte not quite ready to get back. 6'2", 180. Last year he had 42 go-ahead or game-winning RBIs. This year he has 11. And down he goes. Good fastball, and that's that. So Urias started out in trouble and fought his way off the ropes. No runs, 2 hits, 2 left. And at the end of 4.5, 4-3 Dodgers. On Sportsnet LA is brought to you by your Southern California Toyota dealers. Toyota's annual clearance event is here. Save big on the entire 2016 Prius family. Hurry in today. 1978, the Dodgers were in spring training thinking back of 1977. Each of the four holding a bat with the number of home runs hit. For Dusty Baker, 30, Steve Garvey, 33, Reggie Smith, 32, and Ron Cey, 30. Way back, having done that in 1977. Bottom of the fifth inning, it's 4-3. Josh Harrison is now at second base for Adam Frazier. Jarrett Cole working on Josh Peterson. 0-2. Peterson 1 for 2, singled in the left field, and then hit the big play. Really, it should have been a routine double play, and the Pirates would have gotten out of the inning. Instead, the second baseman Frazier came off the bag, handling the toss from Mercer. The Dodgers asked for it to be reviewed. The Dodgers won. Instead of a double play, the Dodgers had a runner at first who had moved to second on the missed double play. And there was a base hit to score Gonzalez, and that tied up the game. And then the Dodgers took the lead 1 inning later. Now Garrett Cole was out on the base play for quite a while. 0-2, finally got a bunt down, only to bunt into a forced play at third. Fouled away. Well, the Pirates won yesterday. But remember, the Dodgers had a dozen hits. Pirates only had 7, but Clint's club won 5-1. But they are 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position. And McCutchen, who had the big day yesterday, well, he's walked twice today, and then hit a ball about as hard as you can hit a ball right at Rob Seguin at third base. So 3-2 the count. Urias got out of a scrape. He's now made 47 pitches. And here comes Cole on his 80th pitch. Foul back. Three and two the count. When the Pirates come up in the 6th inning, it will be started off by McCutchen. And a drive to right field. Polanco on the dead run. One bounce for a fair ball. It's a double. Peterson is going to take the extra base because Polanco can't pick it up. And Peterson is at third. I would assume it will be a double and an error. Well, Polanco, unable, turns a double, I believe, into an error for a triple. For Polanco, he had made only 2 errors, and sure enough, that's what it's going to be. So the ball is hit into the right field corner, and Polanco had trouble. It hits the wall, he smothers it, and then he drops it while in the act of throwing, and by the time he gets it back to the infield, Josh Peterson is at third. So give Peterson a double to right, and the error charged to Polanco. So that's the 3rd error by the Bucks. The infield has to play up. Howie Kendrick fouls it away. 0-1. So error by Frazier, error by Polanco, error by Gung. And they've all been extremely critical, undermining the effort of Garrett Cole. And a drive to right. Polanco, the ball is over his head, and it's going to go to the wall. So Peterson scores on a double by Kendrick, and the Dodgers lead 5-3. So Garrett Cole, who might very well have wasted some valuable energy standing on the bases in the 5th inning, is greeted with 2 doubles. Polanco finally retrieves the ball, and now let's see. Clint going out. Ray Searage is his pitching coach. Garrett Hughes, a right-hander, is throwing in the bullpen. There's Garrett. Searage continues to hold court. All right, Ray is finished. Ray Searage was in the Dodger organization in 1988. But while all the fun and the feathers were here at Dodger Stadium, he was at Albuquerque in the bullpen. Came up in '89, but all the excitement was gone. Just missed by that much, Ray. All right, Kendrick at second, Seguin waiting. 0-1. Josh Raven gets up now in the Dodger bullpen, getting close to the number 9 slot. So there's Raven. Seguin will be followed by Ellis, and then if the Dodgers have the chance, they would hit for Urias. Dodgers lead 5-3. Breeze blowing out to left field. Little nubber back to the box. The play is to first. So the out is recorded, but Kendrick goes to third. So 1 out. A.J. Ellis coming up.
Catcher A.J. Ellis.
Yasmani Grandal comes out on deck. A.J. flied to left, grounded to second, 0 for 2. Five runs, 12 hits for the Dodgers. The infield is up, and ball 1. So the Dodgers, 12 hits last night, 12 more today, and we're only in the 5th inning. So not quite 14 innings. They have 24 hits. 1 ball and no strikes. Inside and hitting. So A.J. Ellis hit by the pitch. Now let's see about Grandal. He's walking back towards the dugout. A.J. goes to first. And they will switch. Maybe Chris Taylor. Or is it going to be Urias? It'll be the Urias coming up by himself. So with 1 out, the Dodgers not only save a pinch hitter, they keep the pitcher in the game. Urias had a base hit to left field, his second major league hit in the 4th inning. So first and third, 1 out. I think Cole is saying look out for the squeeze as Kendrick came down the line from third. Cole ready, and here we go. The squeeze, but a safety squeeze. Kendrick started down the line, but when Urias took it in the dirt, he was able to stop and go back. The so-called suicide squeeze. You come no matter what. I mean, you commit. 1 ball and no strikes. Ellis away from first. Kendrick down the line from third. A bunt's on everybody's mind. There goes the bunt. Here comes Kendrick. The feed, the tag. He is out at the plate. So the Dodgers try to squeeze, and Kendrick is nailed at the plate. No doubt about it. So 2 down. Moving on the bunt was Ellis to go to second. Dodgers are on the phone to make sure. But the bunt picked up by the first baseman. The feed to the plate. Cervelli looks like he made the tag, but the Dodgers said, wait a minute, we're not convinced. That left hand might very well have been on the plate before the tag. The crowd looks at it on the big screen. Howie says safe. Pirates lost a huge play when they blew the double play. Now let's see if they lose the play at the plate. Waiting on New York. There it is again. Watch the left hand and the tag. Did he get the elbow? Because if he got the body, he was too late. Take another look. Can't really tell, can you? You don't know if that glove is on his ribs. The crowd is chanting safe, 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 but the umpires are waiting for a report from New York. Right now it's 5-3 Dodgers. It could be 6-3. Howie was trying to help out, calling safe all the way. I think they were telling Cole, look, we're waiting. You go ahead and warm up. Don't just stand out there. So Cole says, all right, that's what I'll do. Clint Hurdle, meanwhile, just seething in the dugout. Dodger dugout, the boys just waiting on the call. The jury is out. The senior umpire, Jim Joyce, happens to be the plate umpire as well. Here it is again. You're going to see the left hand. The big thing is, does the catcher right there, the hand looks like it's already on the plate, and safe. So here comes Clint Hurdle. He has to be seething. The Pirates lose 2 plays. The one at second base, and now the squeeze play. So Kendrick scores on the sacrifice. Urias does a good job, and on the fielder's choice, Urias is safe at first. So that should do it for Garrett Cole. And in comes Hughes, and we'll be right back. By Urias, did a great job of trying to convince Jim Joyce that he was safe, and it turns out he was. For Dave Roberts, thrilled over the squeeze that worked, and the Dodgers now lead 6-3. So that's the end of Garrett Cole. He leaves having been charged with 6 runs and 12 hits. Dodgers had people all over the place. Garrett at no time looked like the pitcher from last year. And the Dodgers take advantage of it. Made 89 pitches, constantly in trouble. And, of course, 2 bad defensive plays. A crusher at second base on what should have been a double play. And now the missed tag at the plate. So the Dodgers feel everything's coming their way now. And here's Utley. Ground ball to right side. They will get a force, and that's all. So Utley hits into a 4-6. That takes Urias off the path.
Right field, number 11,
Josh Reddick coming up. Reddick singled in the first inning, hit back to the box, hit into a force play in the fourth, and then stole second base. And Seager's single to center cashed him in. Dodgers 6 runs, 12 hits, 3 runs, 7 hits for the Pirates. Jared Hughes now working on Reddick. Dodgers have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left-hand batters in a row. Corey Seager on deck. 1 ball, no strikes, ground foul outside of first down the line. So Jared Hughes trying to restore a little order. Dodgers have doubled up on Pittsburgh, 6-3. 1-1. 2 out in the inning. In the dirt. 2-1 to Reddick. Corey Seager on deck. Reddick is the 7th man to come to the plate. Two and one. And a little roller to the right side. Harrison has to go hurriedly and just did get him. So for the Dodgers, they settle for 2 and lead 6-3. And the big play was Howie Kendrick. Kendrick doubles, gives himself a round of applause, and then just does beat the tag by Cervelli. And the Dodgers lead 6-3. In 1951, it was Music Depreciation Night at Ebbets Field. If you have a musical instrument, you got in free. That's when they invented the word cacophony. Let's go back to this one. 6-3 in favor of the Dodgers. McCutchen has walked twice, lined out to third, hitting .242. No balls and 2 strikes. Telling the story last night about his dad, who drew a line in the sand when McCutchen was very young. That's ball 1. Father took a stick, drew a square, said, "That's the house." Hutch said, "Okay, what about the house?" He said, "You will stop at nothing. You will say that house." So when he goes up to the plate, all he thinks about are the 3 words, "protect the house." And it certainly has paid off. A great career. 2-2. Change. 3-2. So Urias now has made 52 pitches. McCarthy made 51. Fields made 18. 6-3 Dodgers, 6th inning. Breaking ball off the plate, ball 4. So McCutchen walks for the 3rd time. Joe Blanton, who is now back with the Dodgers from bereavement, is now in the pen. So Polanco struck out, walked, and doubled. If my books are right, Dodgers have given the Pirates 8 walks, and we're only in the top of the 6th inning. Polanco was walked, struck out, ball 1. So 7 hits and 8 walks, and the Pirates have 3 runs. They left the bases loaded in the 1st inning and came right back and left the bases loaded in the 2nd. They were 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position. McCutchen doing not as many stolen bases as perhaps you would expect. He has stolen 5. He used to steal in the 20s. Instead of 8 walks, make it 7 walks and a hit batter. 1 ball, no strikes. Gregor Polanco walked and doubled, had trouble on the ball hit into right field by Peterson. His error gave Peterson the extra base. 1 ball and no strikes. Fastball fouled away. Kind of a stiff swing by Polanco. He backed away, kind of looked at the bat, but the swing was questionable. Polanco not quite ready to get back in. He's from Santo Domingo. Big fella, 6'4", 220. On the corner for a strike. Polanco caught looking for strike 3 with the bases loaded in the 1st inning. One ball and 2 strikes. A little nubber foul ball. Still 1-2. So Gregory Polanco coming back. He'll be 25 in September. He was primarily a pitcher in the Dominican, but they certainly thought he profiled as an outfielder. The Pirates scout said the first time they saw him running in the outfield, he looked like a sick giraffe. Well, he's in the big leagues. Fouled away again. He certainly doesn't roll the top hand over. at least on the 2 swings, it's been a very stiff swing. A little different. He's right down on the knob. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Another foul ball. See how he freezes in the follow swing. He doesn't really follow through. Well, it's gotten him into the big leagues, and he's doing very well. Hitting in the 270s. Gregory Polanco. Bad ball, and down he goes. That thing was in and above the shoulders. So Polanco struggling. Down he goes. And here comes Gung, the third baseman. Take a look. Up there. All right, 1 away. Gung hit by a pitch, singled and walked. One out, 6th inning. Dodgers 6, Pirates 3. Giants play Baltimore tonight. Madison Bumgarner will be on the mound for the Giants. David Freese comes out on deck. He'll have a chance to swing the bat instead of John Jaso, who's a left-hand batter. 1-0. Change up a little low. 2-0. There's David getting ready. Light breeze blowing from left to right. And 3-0 the count now to Gung. Gung has 11 home runs, 27 runs batted in. And ball 4. So 2 walks in the inning, but he got a big out, striking out Polanco. And the batter will be David Freese, coming up to hit for Jaso, stay in the game. Dave Roberts up on the steps for a minute, waiting for Freese to be announced. He's got Blanton in the bullpen. And let's see now if he'll hook Urias. David wanted to make sure that Freese was entered into the game as the pinch hitter, and he will take the ball. They'll be bringing in Blanton, and we'll be right back.
LA is brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Shop online at choosenissan.com. and by Children's Hospital Los Angeles. We treat kids better. Dodgers bring in their fourth pitcher, and see, we look out at the sea and see the regatta unfolding. Folks down on the beach. Magnificent day to be anywhere, really. Even flying a box kite. So Joe Blanton is back. The Dodgers have used Brandon McCarthy, Josh Fields, Julio Urias, and now here's Joe. Blanton will be facing David Freese, batting for John Jaso. Freese doing very well against left-handers and not bad right. He has more home runs right than left. A little better average against left-handers. So he has 2 men on and walks, 1 out, and here's Freese against Blanton. And first pitch, a strike, 0-1. Blanton originally signed out of the University of Kentucky. Played a lot of years for the Phillies and then 1 year for the Pirates. In 2015, Joe was a Buck. He was in 21 games and had a great earned run average of 1.5. 0-1. In the inning, McCutchen walked with 1 out. Gung walks. That's all for Urias, who went 2 2/3. Gave up 3 hits, 3 walks, struck out 3, and no runs. Strike 1 pitch. 1-1 to David Freese. Freese, of course, had his great days with the St. Louis Cardinals. Not to say he's not going to have some great days with the Pirates, but boy, with the Cardinals, he was something. He was originally signed by the Padres. Check swing, badly fooled, and the count 1-2. Freese, 33 years old, out of Corpus Christi, Texas. I think he still leaves his home in St. Louis. World Series MVP and the League Championship Series back in 2011. Chases a very bad ball, and down he goes. So the Bucks continue to get people in scoring position. They were 1 for 10. Now they're 1 for 11. The Dodgers are 4 for 14. But Freese angry as he disappears into the shade. All right, here's Cervelli. Francisco Cervelli is struck out, singled, stole a base, singled again, and was out at third. Hitting .269, 2 on, 2 out. Dodgers lead 6-3, and that's a strike to Cervelli. Pirates have committed 3 big errors to aid and abet the Dodgers, trying to cut the giant lead to a half, put a little pressure when they take the field against Baltimore tonight at 6 o'clock with Madison Bumgarner on the mound. Off speed, little breaking ball for a strike. 0-2. Joe Blanton, he'll be 36 in December. He's been playing professionally since 2002. Out of Brownsville, Kentucky. That's not exactly a metropolis. They have 836 people living there. That missed. 1-2. Joe 6'3", 235. One ball and 2 strikes. Off the plate. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out and 2 on. McCutchen at second, Gung at first. Blanco struck out and Freese struck out in the inning. and ball 3. So a little edge. The runners will be going 3-2 and 2 down. Waiting on deck is Jordy Mercer, the shortstop. Big pitch. Runners go, and it's ball 4 to load him up. So Savelli has been on base 3 times, and the Dodgers have received 3 walks.
Shortstop number 10, Jordy Mercer.
So certainly the Bucks have had ample opportunity. Rick Honeycutt is on the phone talking down to the Dodger bullpen. There is no one throwing down there, but in a moment we'll see a response. But that's a lot of walks and a hit batter as well. Grant Dayton gets up. There's a hit batter and 9 walks. The Dodgers have given up to the Pirates. 9 walks and a hit batter, 10 extra runners to go along with their 7 hits, and the Pirates only have 3 runs. And that's ball 1. Mercer flied to left deep, struck out and singled. Jordy, a great glove at shortstop. He has 7 home runs, 42 runs batted in. 1-1. McCutchen walk, Gung walk, Cervelli walk. Curveball, a hopper off the glove of Seager, makes the play to first just in time, and the Pirates are denied. However, there's going to be a review on the play, I guess, at first base. Clint Hurdle immediately up the steps, held his left hand in the air, saying, wait a minute, I want another look at that. So after 9 walks and a hit batter, add 7 hits, and the Bucks still trail by 3. Glove loses it. Seager recovers. Not a lot on the throw, and they're looking, I'm sure, at that foot of Dodgers have one more home game. That's tomorrow against the Pirates. They leave town on Monday. They'll go to Philadelphia for 3, Cincinnati for 4, and then look out. They come home to play the Giants and the Cubs. A great challenge just around the corner. Meanwhile, Jared Hughes going to work. Seager hits one up the middle for a base hit. So the Dodgers now continue to get men on base.
First baseman number 23.
David Freese, who batted for Jaso, stays in the game at first base. And here's Adrian Gonzalez, twice single to right field and struck out. Jared Hughes has been dynamite on the road. His earned run average on the road is 1.1. At home, it's just about 5. Big difference. It's a strike. Jared was born in Stamford, Connecticut, but he really grew up in San Marino and later on moved to Orange County. A graduate of Santa Margarita High School in Rancho Santa Margarita. He eventually wound up at Long Beach State. He was teammates with people like Evan Longoria and Troy Tulowitzki. Pirates like him a lot. One ball, one strike. Fastball strike, 1-2. Adrian base hits both of them to right field. Seager at first, nobody out in the 6th. Foul back. The Pirates thoroughly disconnected today. They do not look at all like the team that has beaten the Dodgers 4 out of 5. And I'm sure they'll hear about it from Clint. They've had 9 walks, a hit batter. They've committed 3 errors. And of course, Gung still upset, I'm sure, over his big error in the 3rd inning. Pirates, remember, like the Dodgers, certainly the Pirates thinking more of the possibility of being a wild card. Dodgers being 2nd in the West right now atop the heap for the wild card. Oh, bad ball. Adrian tries to hit it to the heavens and comes up empty. So 1 out. See, Tuesday, August 23rd, Dodgers and Giants. Do we really have to say anything else? Well, we do, because 40,000 fans in attendance, the first of them, will receive a pair of Dodger headphones presented by Coca-Cola. So for tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions. 1 out. Here's Peterson. Single to left. Hit the ground ball that was the phantom double play. A big error charge to Frazier for coming across the bag and not being on the bag when he got the ball. That gave the Dodgers the tying run. Strike. Then last time up, Peterson doubled to right. Polanco couldn't pick the ball up, and when he did, he dropped it. Then Peterson took 3rd on the error. Dodgers have scored in every inning. 1 run in each of the first 4 and 2 in the 5th. 1 ball and 1 strike. Dodgers are 20-10 in the daylight, so they'd like to make it 21. The Giants are 27-13 in the daylight. Light breeze blowing from left to right. 1 ball and 1 strike. They've loaded up the right side. Jared Very deliberate. Now here he comes. And it's hit to left field and deep. That goes Marte, watching it go back into the Dodger bullpen. Peterson goes the other way for a 2-run home run. And the Dodgers lead 8-3 for Jock. That would be his 17th home run. And he puts the Dodgers in a comfortable 5-run lead. Seager scoring ahead of him. Most of Peterson's home runs go to center, right center, but not that one. The other way. And now another drive to center. Going back is McCutchen. It's over his head, off the wall, bouncing over the wall for a ground rule double. So Jared Hughes gave up a single to Seager. Strikes out Gonzalez. A big home run by Peterson. And now a double over the head of McCutchen.
Third baseman number 25, Rob Segedin.
Rob Segedin has a couple of base hits, playing third today. Well, let's see now whether we have another change. Hughes being spun around a bit here in the 6th inning. 8 runs, 15 hits for the Dodgers. 3 runs, 7 hits, and 3 errors for the Pirates. Searage holding court. Clint Hurdle staying in the dugout. So that means Hughes is going to stay in the game. And here's Segedin. So for Hughes at this stage of the game, at least for this inning, they want him to stay in, then they'll bat for him. He's due to lead off when the Pirates come up in the 7th inning. Segedin, single to short, single to center, hit back to the box, scored 1. Check swing, ball 1. So 8 runs, 15 hits for the Dodgers, including the home run by Peterson. One and one. We're in the 6th. The first inning took a while. McCarthy made 28 pitches and he faced 7 men. Another throwback. Pedro Baez throwing in the pen. And for Garrett Cole, he had a very tough day. Dodgers scored in every inning. One ball and 1 strike to Rob Segedin, playing at third for Justin Turner. And going to third on the pitch. The throw is wide of the bag, and so Kendrick steals third. So Howie has reached on an error. Double was safe on a close play at the plate, and now Howie steals third. That means the infield has to come up with 1 out. Kendrick short lead coming down. 2-1 pitch to Segedin. Swung on, fouled at the plate, and the count 2-2. Howie Kendrick, if you don't pay attention to him, he'll take your watch. He now has stolen 8 out of 10. You don't expect him to do much running, and wham, he's got the pace. So that changes everything for Segedin and makes him a tougher hitter with the infield up. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Fouled at the plate. We were talking about what a surprise it was for Peterson to hit one in the Dodger bullpen. Of his home runs, and he now has 17, he hit 7 in center field, 9 to right, and that one to the bullpen was his first home run to left field. Meanwhile, Seguin could care less about the numbers for Peterson. He's hurting a little bit. Rob testing that left foot. Foul the ball straight down on it. All right, 2-2 the count. Fouled away again. Jared Hughes making his 22nd pitch in a moment. Garrett Cole started today, but it was not his game. He was in constant trouble. 2-2. And pitching in the same spot, he finally gets Seguin. Remember, for Garrett Cole, he was 3-0 lifetime. And let's see, did he turn his ankle on that swing? Cole kind of staggered a little bit. So he's had another foul ball. So Seguin being eaten up by his own fouls. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Rob. Again, that one got that same area on the left foot. Of course, that's really where the major league hitter gets hurt. Foul ball off the front foot, not the back. 2-2. Don't tell me another foul ball. So Rob hanging tough. So is Garrett Hughes. It's going to be a 9-pitch at bat, and we've had foul balls, 4 of them nailing Seguin. And he fouls out. Got a piece of it right into the mitt of Cervelli. So Rob strikes out. Second strikeout in the inning. 2 down. And A.J. Ellis flied to left, grounded to second, and hit by a pitch. A.J. trying to pick up Howie Kendrick at third. Infield back to a normal depth, and a foul ball out of play. Chris Taylor comes out on deck. If there's a chance, he would hit for Blanton. So Taylor waits patiently. 0-1 the count. No balls and 2 strikes. To look ahead, when the Pirates come up in the 7th, they will have Hughes, the number 9 hitter, followed by Hamilton and Marte, and if anybody gets on, McCutchen. Oh, and 2. 1-2. Dodgers and Pirates are fortunate. It's a long game for each team, but at least it's an afternoon game. Chance to have a good dinner and a good night's sleep before tomorrow. What's extra effort? You get a long, arduous game at night followed by a day game. It's a little tough, but this is okay. 2-2. Big foul ball, chopper down to third. Chris Woodard takes care of it. Ah, yeah. Look at that. Gee whiz, look at that. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. And strike 3 called on the inside corner. That's that. Jock Peterson came up with 1 out and Seager at first. And Peterson hit one where he rarely hits one. He went the other way, and he's so strong, he hits it in the Dodger bullpen. That gives the Dodgers 2 more, and they lead 8-3. The Dodgers lead the Pirates 8-3, and the Pirates really have had a tough day. Through their 6 innings, the Pirates have left 14 men on base. And here's Matt Joyce batting for Jared Hughes. Joyce is from Riverview, Florida, originally drafted by the Tigers out of Florida Southern. He's 6'2", 205-pounder, and just turned 32. He's been playing since '05. Spent a lot of time with the Rays and came up to the Pirates this year. One ball and 1 strike to count. Matt Joyce hitting .271. He has 12 home runs, 38 runs batted in. Ground ball to the middleman, and out on the grass, the out recorded. So just like that, 1 away. Tomorrow, Chad Kuhl, 2-0, making his 5th start. Brett Anderson coming back to make his 1st start. Remember, Brett's had a bad back surgery. Dodgers have their fingers crossed about him. He was 10-9 last year. So come on out and take a look and see how he holds up. 8-3 Dodgers, 1 out. And a strike to the leadoff man Harrison, who came in to bat for Frazier and fly to left field. One out, 7th inning. Just missed with the fastball. The Bucs started off very, very frustrated. They had the bases loaded in the 1st inning, scored 1 without hitting the ball. A couple of walks and a hit batter, but they left 3. Fly ball to right field, cruising over, and waiting is Reddick, fighting that sun again. 2 down. And Starling Marte coming up. Marte has walked, doubled, hit back to the box, and struck out. You wonder when you look at the Pirates. We told you they left 14 on base in the first 6 innings. They got 9 walks and a hit batter. The record, by the way, for walks in a loss, not that Clint wants to know, it'll just be between you and me. This season, you lose and you get 9 walks. Well, that's been done 7 times. All time, wow. Back in 1948, there was 16 walks given to a team, and the team lost. They should have been arrested. 16 walks and lose. Meanwhile, Marte has walked and doubled. He is 1 for 3. 0-2 the count. Fastball golfed into left field, base hit. Kendrick over to retrieve, and Marte holding on with his 2nd hit of the day. And the batter then will be McCutchen.
Number 22, Andrew McCutchen.
Eight hits for the Bucks. 2 hits against McCarthy, 2 with Fields, 3 with Urias, and now 1 by Blanton. McCutchen walked twice, lined out, and walked again. And a hopper, in fact, no hop, caught on the fly, and that'll be that. So no run to hit, a man left at the end of 6.5 innings, 8-3 Dodgers. Dodgers and Pirates going into the bottom of the 7th. Sean Rodriguez, who played first base, is now moving. That was first base yesterday. Now playing center field. And Starling Marte, who looked like he was going to take over in center because Matt Joyce stayed in the game. But Marte's coming out. And we have a new pitcher, Jeff Locke. Kike Hernandez is coming off the Dodger bench, and he will pinch hit. So Locke ready to come in. Jeff Locke is from New Hampshire. North Conway, moved to Center Conway, an area that produced people like Mike Flanagan, Bob Tewksbury, Brian Wilson, Chris Carpenter. So Hampshire, a small state, but some pretty famous baseball names coming for it. And Locke's pitch missing for ball one. So Matt Joyce is in left, Sean Rodriguez in center, Gregory Polanco in right. Kike squirts that foul, and the count 1-1. So the Dodgers have used McCarthy and Fields, Urias and Blanton. Kike will take Blanton out of the game. 1 ball and 1 strike. Ball 2. When Locke was in high school, the kids called him the Redstone Rocket. He lived in the Redstone section of Conway, New Hampshire, and he threw 2 no-hitters. One of them was a perfect game. So he was pretty famous in that area. And the Braves signed him in the 2nd round right out of high school. Hopper to the hole, a smothering stop by Harrison. The throw gets him. Nice play by Josh Harrison to take a base hit away from Kike Hernandez. It's also great to see a guy with his club down by 5 late in the game, still out there hustling, trying to get some outs. So a nice play by Josh Harrison. Kike might be a little unhappy about it. 1 down. Chase Utley coming up. Timeout while Harrison tightens up the shirt. Utley twice double to right, struck out, hit into a force play, scored a run, knocked in one. Checks, ball 1. Two and 0 the count. Jeff Locke from that area called Conway, North Conway and Center Conway in New Hampshire. When you read about it, you have to fall in love with it. Foul back. Cradled between the peaks of the White Mountains in northern New Hampshire, Mount Washington Valley is like a painting lifted from the walls of an art museum. Those born here rarely leave. Those who visit never want to. Going the other 8 down the line, foul. Still 2-2. Two balls and 2 strikes. Oh, down the middle. Last thing Utley expected. So 2 down here in the 7th inning. Don't forget, Dodgers and Giants Tuesday, August 23rd, 24th, and Thursday the 25th. Don't miss the chase for the National League Western title. And for tickets, visit Dodgers.com/tickets. All right, 2 out in the 7th. Here's Reddick. Singled, hit back to the box, hit into a force play. Stole a base, scored a run, grounded out. 0-1 the count. Oh, by the way, in that idyllic description of the area, Mount Washington, where Conway is, it also says rain, sleet, snow, a lot of snow. It's just 100 miles south of the Canadian border. Meanwhile, Reddick a base hit. Dodgers 8 runs on 16 hits.
Shortstop number 5, Corey Seager.
So Reddick comes up with a couple, and here's Seager, who is 2 for 4, both singles to center. His base hit in the 4th inning knocked in a run, And then his single was followed by Peterson's home run, though he's also scored one. Corey hitting .308. Ground ball to the hole. Another try by Harrison, but he can't make it. Reddick is on his way to third and will make it easily. So Seager comes up with a 3-hit day.
First baseman number 23, Adrian.
First and third, 2 out in the 7th. Adrian Gonzalez, 2 for 4. Each time singles. Harrison trying to duplicate the play he made on Hernandez. Couldn't do it. Gonzalez singled to right twice and struck out twice. Scored a run, hitting .297. First and third with 2 out. Little foul ball. 0-1. Jeff Locke pitching to Adrian Gonzalez. Fastball, curveball, slider, and change. On 1. A little low. 1 ball and 1 strike. June the 27th has always been a very important day for the Dodgers. They were playing in Pittsburgh. They wound up losing 3 of 4. They also lost Clayton Kershaw. From that point, the bullpen made 157 innings of work before today. They're now over 400 innings. But since the 27th of June, that important day, Adrian Gonzalez has hit .364. That missed 2-2. Gonzalez 2 singles, struck out twice. Way off the plate. 3-2 with 2 down, so the runner at first, Seager, will be going. Seager goes. Foul ball. Reddick walking down the line from third. Dodgers have scored in every inning, which is a lot better than last night, when they had a base hit in almost every inning. They failed to get a base hit in the 8th inning last night. But today they're doing a lot better, with at least 1 every inning to lead 8-3. The Pirates scored 3 runs in the first 2 innings. All right, Seager goes on a high fly ball to deep left center. Rodriguez to the track at the wall, and it's Joyce making the catch as the outfielders converge. So a long fly ball out to the left fielder. No runs, 2 hits, and 2 left. And at the end of 7, 8-3 Dodgers.
Dodger Baseball on Sportsnet LA is brought to you by BMW. See a Southern California BMW Center today for exceptional offers. We go back to 1947 for this picture of first baseman Hank Greenberg of the Pirates. You can see the ballpark obviously empty, so it's very early, and it was a portrait just before the Pirates and the Dodgers tangled in 1947. Pedro Baez will now come in, so it's McCarthy, Fields, Urias, Blanton, and Baez. So far, the Pirates now have left 15 men on base in 7 innings, and we go to the 8th, and Polanco will start it off. Struck out and walked, double and struck out. 0-1. We were thinking about the 9 walks that the Pirates have gotten and dug that out and found out that there were 3 different teams that lost, even though they got 16 walks in a game. That was back in 1948. Fly ball to shallow right, slanting over is Utley, and we have 1 out here in the 8th inning. Anyway, if you go back to May of 1932,
third baseman number 27.
You're talking about the Yankees team of Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, Tony Lazzari, Frankie Crosetti, a whole bunch. And those Yankees lost to Washington 5-4, despite drawing, are you ready, 16 walks. In fact, Babe Ruth walked 4 times. No surprise there. The line for the Senators starting pitching is amazing, although he didn't get the win. And there goes one deep. If it stays fair, no doubt about it, it is gone. So Gung hits 1 out. It's 8-4 in favor of the Dodgers. And we heard the boy from South Korea has a lot of power, and boy, he did muscle that thing. So today he's been hit by a pitch, singled, walked twice, and now homered. And David Freese coming up. Anyway, talking about that game where the Yankees got 16 walks and lost. The Senators, the starting pitcher was a man named Bobby Burke. And Bobby Burke went 6 2/3 innings. 4 hits, 1 earned run, walked 12. Struck out 3. And despite his generosity of walks, the Yankees still couldn't beat the Washington Senators. So if anybody asks you about how many walks and lose a game, 16 to the lordly Yankees of 32. Right. 0-2. David Freese got into the game, batting for Jaso, and struck out. No balls, 2 strikes. Foul back. Dodgers today, McCarthy and Fields, Urias, Blanton, and Baez. It's been Cole and Hughes. And then Locke for Pittsburgh. Giants play tonight at 6:05. Madison Bumgarner against Baltimore. Fastball driven to right and deep. Back goes Reddick to the track, reaches up, makes the catch, slams into the scoreboard. Nice play by Josh. Day after day, Josh just seems to be getting better and better, getting more familiar with the surroundings, the team. Beautiful play. And a tough one. So Freese a long out to right, 2 down, and Francisco Cervelli coming up. Cervelli struck out, singled, stole a base, singled again, and walked. Hitting .269. He didn't play yesterday. He had a sore wrist.
But Francisco back in there today. Oh, and 1. When the Dodgers come up in the bottom of the 8th, they'll have Peterson, Kendrick, and Seguin. There you go. In the wrong ballpark, but we're happy to have you here. Sure, why not? 1 ball, 1 strike. They're in first place. Can't get away from that. 1 ball and 1 strike. Jordy Mercer on deck. It's 8-4 Dodgers. Ground ball up the middle. That should go through and does. So for Cervelli, he's had a big day. 3 singles and a walk.
Shortstop number 10, Jordy Mercer.
So that'll bring up Jordy Mercer, who fly deep to left, struck out, singled, and grounded out. 8 runs, 17 hits for the Dodgers. 4 runs, 10 hits, and 9 walks, and a hit batter to Pittsburgh. We're in the top of the 8th. And a strike. Remember Matt Joyce, who came in and pinch hit for Hughes, stayed in the game in left field, so he's on deck. 0-1. Good fastball. He couldn't catch up to it. It was away at 96. Trying to chase an echo. 0-2. Nice to see the mountains again. It was kind of a lot of haze, or the dreaded word smog. They said the worst smog in 8 years, but they look lovely out there today. This is the kind of a game. We've had 27 hits, 12 runs, 3 errors, umpteen walks and hit batter, where you kind of look at the mountains just to get away from it for a moment. Baez, the 5th Dodger pitcher. 0-2. And a high fly ball to shallow center. Peterson fighting the sun, makes the play, and that's it. 1 run, the home run by Gong, another hit, and at the end of 7.5, 8-4 Dodgers. Mind the score. There's a happy Pirate fan family. Mom and dad, daughter and son wearing Pittsburgh regalia as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. And oh my goodness, look who has arrived. Yes, take another bow, dear. Young lady has entered the world. Bottom of the 8th inning. It's 8-4 Dodgers. Jock Peterson single to left, doubled, and homered to left. All he needs is a triple for the cycle. Not on this play. So one away as Freese makes the catch on the little pop fly. One down in the 8th.
47, Howie Kendrick.
Peterson laughing with Francisco Cervelli. Two guys having a lovely day, at least individually. Cervelli has 3 singles, a walk, and a stolen base. Peterson, a single, double, and home run. Josh Raven warming up in the pen. 8-4 Dodgers.
Joyce, you got to shift to the right.
That dips in nicely for a strike. One and two. Jeff Locke, and they know the book on him. A good 2-seam fastball, curve, slider, changeup. Just missed the outside corner. And he goes all the way. Foul ball out of play, still 3-2. And line to right field. Polanco comes up and nails it. So we had a good jump. We have 2 down. Segrin coming up. MLB.TV Premium. You can watch every out-of-market game live in HD on over 400 supported devices. Blackouts and other restrictions apply, of course, but visit MLB.TV for details. Second and a strike. Couple of singles, scored a run, had a tough at bat in the 6th inning, fouled off a couple of pitches on his foot, ankle, or instep, whatever it was. But he was hurting. In the 9th inning, the Pirates will have Matt Joyce, Josh Harrison, and then I believe it'll be Sean Rodriguez. Rodriguez hitting behind Harrison in the number 2 slot. And if anybody gets a base, McCutchen, of course, came out of the game. Ground ball to the shortstop, Mercer, and that's it. So a nice inning by Locke, 1, 2, 3, and at the end of 8-4 Dodgers. There's a world going on around me, but it's so nice and comfortable. I'm here in Dad's arms. I got my tranquilizer. I can look around, but there's Mom, so I feel even happier. And if I feel like it, I won't curl up my bows, but I might try to sneak in a few winks before this thing is over. Maybe. They get that camera out of my face. Josh Raven will come in. He's the 6th Dodger pitcher. Matt Joyce finishing up in left field. Starling Marte came out, upper back discomfort, so we'll have to keep that in mind to see if he's able to play tomorrow. 8 runs, 17 hits for the Dodgers. 4 runs, 10 hits, and 3 errors for the Pirates. Ball 1. Joyce got into the game and grounded out as a pinch hitter, hitting .269. Two and 0 the count. Josh Raven trying to get a couple of outs and bring this thing back into the clubhouse. Giants play tonight. So with a Dodger victory, the Giants will take the field, leading by a half a game. Matt Joyce, well, he's from Florida, went to Florida Southern, originally signed by the Tigers. Came up to the Tigers once and then with the Rays for a long time. Foul ball out of play. Started with the Rays in 2009 and played through 2014 with them, and then came over to Pittsburgh in 2016. His dad had a couple of tryouts, especially with the Cincinnati Reds. Change up, bringing 2. His father turned into softball, and they say was an absolute legend in the Tampa area. His father 6'2" and checked in at 270. 3-2. Little ground ball to the hole. The middleman Buckley makes the play. So we have 1 out in the 9th inning. Josh Harrison came in. Frazier started. He was 1 for 3. Harrison, a long fly ball to left and fly to right, 0 for 2, hitting .268. Made a very nice play on the ball hit by Kike Hernandez in the 7th inning. Harrison, all the way last night, was 1 for 4, losing a home run. Josh Reddick, remember, leaning into the stands in right field to take the home run away from him. Josh has made several fine plays out there now. In the Dodger bullpen, just standing, waiting, and watching, Kenley Jansen. 2-0 the count. And Kenley decides, okay, I'll stretch it out a little bit. Remember the last time out, the Phillies scored 3 in the 9th inning against Kenley. But that's just one of many experiences in the bullpen. You forget them. You try to learn from them, but you forget them. 3-0. Three and 1. Tomorrow afternoon, Brett Anderson and Chad Kuhl at 1:10. If you can, hope you be out here with us. There's Kuhl, Chad Kuhl from Bear, Delaware. You ever heard of that town? Bear, B-E-A-R. So he can swap stories of crowded cities with Mercer from Tologa, Oklahoma. High pop foul that should go out of play, and does. A scramble, paid attendance today, 40,569. 4.0569. 1 out, 3-2 the count to Harrison. Fastball fouled away again upstairs. Crowd groaning for a fan who appeared to catch it only to drop it. It went down the next level. Three and two. 8-4 Dodgers. 9th inning, 1 out. And ball 4. So with 1 out, Josh walks a man.
Number 3, Sean Rodriguez.
Sean Rodriguez in Marte's spot coming up. Marte walked and stole a base, doubled, hit back to the box, struck out, single to left. So Rodriguez, who played first base last night, went 0 for 4. Eight 4 Dodgers, 1 out, 1 on, 9th inning. And that pitch gets away to the backstop. Down to second base goes Harrison. At first we thought maybe he fouled it. It was just way out of the zone. It'll be a wild pitch with Harrison taking second. Do you know at one time, Forbes Field in Pittsburgh, if the ball got away at home plate, you know how far back the backstop was? I mean, way back. 108 feet. Honest. It was an overnight journey to go after a wild pitch or a pass ball. 108 feet. But again, that was quite a while ago. 1 ball and 1 strike, the count to Rodriguez. Off speed. 2-1. Eric Fryer, who caught last night, is out on deck. Good fastball. Boy, he brought that up thing. 97. 2-2. The pitcher Locke is in McCutcheon's spot, and Fryer will be his hitter. And that'll do it for Sean Rodriguez. Down he goes. So with 2 out in the 9th inning, Eric Fryer coming up. Fryer caught the game last night, went 0 for 3. Right-hand batter. So 2 out. On the wild pitch, Harrison's at second base. It means that they have all been used. Foul ball out of play. So Clint Hurdle used everybody he had except pitchers to no avail. Just kept leaving men on base. They have left 16 and have a chance to leave 17 here in the 9th inning. Off speed, dropped by Ellis. So the Pirates got a lot of breaks, 10 walks and a hit batter. So they had ample opportunity but could never break through. 1-1. Ball 2. Dodgers piling up 8 runs on 17 hits. Harrison at second, 2 out in the ninth, 8-4 Dodgers. On deck, Gregory Polanco. Polanco has struck out, walked, doubled, struck out, popped up. 3-1. And ball 4. Well, we told you about the Yankees getting 16 walks and losing. The Bucks have gotten 11 walks and a hit batter. And let's see Dave Roberts take the ball from Raven. And he has to be annoyed to have to go and get Kenley Jansen in this kind of a game. But go get Kenley he must. We'll be back. Inning and 24 pitches later, he's had to come out. So Kenley Jansen is forced in for the Dodgers. Just another game where they use 7 pitchers. Well, not quite. So here is Polanco with Gung on deck. Polanco 16 home runs, 61 runs batted in. Two on, 2 out. The umpires are checking the clock, and it's time now to get back to action. So Kenley facing Polanco. And a strike. Kenley Jansen, selected to the All-Star, of course, struck out 8 batters in his last 2 2/3 innings. He's recorded an out via a strikeout for 10 of his last 11 outs. 0-1. Foul back, so now he has Polanco on the ropes. 0-2. Polanco coming into the game had struck out 81 times, though he struck out twice today to be 83. And the crowd of 40,000, they hung tough all day, and they're up now asking Jansen to blow the hitter away. 0-2. Ball 1. One thing with Polanco, you certainly get a good sized strike zone. He's 6'4". 2 on, 2 out, 9th inning, 8-4 Dodgers. It's been McCarthy, Fields, Urias, Blanton, Baez, Raven, and now Jansen, the 7th pitcher. Foul back. Polanco with his foot in the door. .6'4" and about 220 from Santo Domingo. Signed by the Pirates 7 years ago, and Jansen, the kid from Curacao, trying to put him away. 1-2. That'll do it. High fastball. Polanco goes down, striking out a 3rd time. That's 2 more men left on base. Hurriedly, I think the Pirates left 17, make it 18. We'll sell at 18. 18 left on base. Wow. Jansen made 5 pitches, and that'll do it for one and all. Certainly the play of the game would be the phantom double play back in the 3rd inning. With 1 out, Peterson hit a ground ball, but the feed to second, the second baseman Frazier was off the bag when he threw to first. They had a review. The Dodgers won the case, went on to get a run to tie up the game, but that was huge. So they've split the previous 2. The Dodgers take this one. Pirates took last night. Final game tomorrow. Hope you'll be out here with us, and we'll talk to you then. Till then, we wish you all a very pleasant good evening, everybody.